How's it going, everyone? You may notice there is just the standard talkie screen up right this moment instead of a video game to watch in the background if you're watching the video archive of this. Uh, that's because Capcom done goofed.
Again.
I have to recompile all the shaders from scratch. The game was. We were going to play some of the new Monster Hunter update, but Capcom. So while you may get some of that later in the show, for now, enjoy this ancient AI picture I made of our cat grills from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I am also, I think, compiling shaders, except I have to do it in game because there's a bug.
Yeah.
So I just have to deal with miserable ass frame rates.
Yeah, I was getting hitching so hard that it would freeze for a solid like 6 seconds at a time, venturing anywhere into the zone as soon as it had to load a new section of the zone, and that's not playable. So I am recompiling, and when it recompiles, it looks like it's about 12% done. We may try to find a Gormagala to go beat up or something, because people are
Yeah,
saying,
supposedly he's a real monster now.
yeah. Well, he was certainly the most annoying monster before. Mostly because I spent the entire fight chasing after him, because he's a cokehead that doesn't know how to stay still.
He up there tweaking.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. So welcome to another episode of Two Man No Excuses with two of your favorite show hosts, are still.
And Volacel, and we are here without Fern because Fern is busy again, because Fern is always busy these days. And as per usual, he has reassured us that this time for realsies, they've got somebody coming in due course who will be the answer to all their woes.
Well,
And
finally let them breathe.
and I'm not sure I believe it because it didn't turn out that way last time, or
Or
the
the
time before that, or
or
the
the
time before that.
yeah, yeah. To be fair to Fern, he doesn't exactly have a high population to pick from.
It's true. And the places where they have a high population, uh, if they actually think that they can commute to work, they
And
probably aren't worth employing.
that or they are the most desperate individuals on the planet.
The commute is like 4 hours each way.
I could imagine a life circumstance where your only shot at recovering your life after it all falls apart is you have to go work for the taxi company out in the middle of Mars.
Well, I'm not sure I can imagine that. 8 hours commuting a day doesn't leave you a lot of time to sleep. But yeah. So yes, we're here to bring you the show as per usual, video games, news, and opinions, such as they are. I don't really think that there's been much really thumping along this week. Largely because I haven't played any of the new stuff this week that people have been burbling about. I haven't touched the update for Monster Hunter, and everybody's been talking about the new Elden Ring thing, but nobody has said anything definitive about it that I've seen yet. Um, Maybe they're digesting still. I don't know. Yeah, but at any rate, we will bring you our opinions for the week, and if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, which is the best place to communicate with the show hosts and other listeners to the show, and you can get there by clicking on the Discord link provided in the show description underneath the YouTube archive.
Yes, indeed. So, this week on the show, we have what amounts to our 2 weeks. I have a few games I played in spurts this week in the evenings that I can talk about. I wasn't totally swamped this week, so I had a bit of time I could go through the new Grand Blue update and DJ Max a little bit, and a few other minor things, a little bit of Genshin. I don't know how your week has gone. You've been incommunicado all week.
it's not been great. I've done a lot of late nights. There are lots of people getting sick again. It happens when the season changes and we're moving into winter now, so it's about time for people to get sick. Well, for the Zoomers anyway. The Zoomers seem to get sick.
I wonder how much of it is genuine sick, or just they don't know how to handle a case of the sniffles. Whenever you mention that your employees are getting sick,
I don't know. Ever since the government made it legally mandatory to give everybody 10 paid sick days a year during COVID, people have basically been treating it as leave
yeah.
that they can take whenever they want. So, yeah, and there's no way to dial that back now. So, yeah, it's just a huge pain in the neck.
So I guess we'll start with your week.
Yeah, so my week was not overly exciting. I guess we will just do the usual tour. In Blue Archive, currently we are doing the rerun of Trip Trap Train, which is it's a fun story. I liked it. It's very focused on two characters in particular, being Ichika and Kasumi. That is to say, Ichika's like the everyman girl from the Justice Task Force at Trinity, and Kasumi is the president of the Hot Springs Development Club at Gehenna.
And because we need
aka
those.
one of the most wanted. She is rather unrestrained, but also we are informed that she is quite charismatic and seems to tend to sweep people into her wake. But yeah, so that's on rerun. It's a very short rerun, and I was like, why do I have so few days to get this done? And then I remembered they are shortening all of the rerun cycles for a while, so as to close the gap between the leading server and the global servers, because they want to synchronize them. So I don't know what their timetable is for that, when they're actually going to sync up, but they're planning to do a 6-month gap close first. But yeah, so moving on, next along the ledger is ZZZ, which has had precisely nothing happening this week. I haven't had time to attempt Deadly Assault or the other one, Sheer Defense. Don't know what they're like this week. I presume that they're probably Hugo centric, or at least kind of.
Deadly Assault is very Hugo centric. I do not recall having any issues with Shiyu at all.
Deadly Assault, the description was bugged when I logged in. Like you just when I logged in, it was like, oh, the description number X, or a description number, and it has a string of numbers. Was the boss. So I was like, you know what? I'll come back when they fix this.
Yeah, it felt this Deadly Assault felt like a step up because it was so Hugo centric. Because normally when there's the ice weak enemy, either marionettes or bringer, you can just have Miyabi delete it. There's both of them this week, so Miyabi has to pick one. And bringer is much more exclusive in what you can't bring, so you pretty much, if you want to go for the folklore, you've got to send Miyabi to him.
Yeah, that physical restriction is a kick in the nads. I can only barely clear bringer to begin with, because I use Sokaku for Deadly Assault rather than Astra, because I need that bump that Astra provides elsewhere, and whoever else is being the lame duck team.
Oh, that's the other problem. The other one is a Pompeii that wants you to do perfect assists, so he very hard indicates Astra, but the best way, if Miyabi's preoccupied with Bringer, to deal with the marionette clones is Astra. But Astra can only solve one of these two problems.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. The big problem that I've had with Deadly Assault is that Caesar doesn't work for any Deadly Assault. Like there is basically there is no Deadly Assault where Caesar is applicable. Every time, like, because the thing is that Caesar wants to be on field to block. That's her job. Like, played as an on-field character, which you're going to have to if you have Bernice and Lucy on your team, because somebody's got to be on field, and Bernice sure doesn't want to be there. Um, the actually playing Caesar on field doesn't mesh with the rules of any of the Deadly Assaults, because there are none which benefit from blocking, and there are multiple rule sets that encourage switching and that encourage dodging, and Caesar can't do either of those if she's being played on field. There's
Yeah.
no point. So she's basically a character that has been left out of the design for Deadly Assault, and since she's my main, that leaves me in a sticky wicket. But
Yeah, it seems
yeah,
they've
I'm
really.
only concerned about getting to 6 stars because ZZZ's good like that.
Yeah, I managed to just barely squeak out a 3-star with a totally off element and be trigger Nicole on Marionette, and that was a real close call. But
Unfortunately, my Miyabi team needs Nicole, so
I was able to Miyabi Bernice the bringer, and I think I just threw Jane and mini restarts at getting the perfect assists with Astra. Oh no, that's right, because I was trying to use Astra on marionettes and had to give up, reset everybody, and moved Astra over to Pompeii with Jane instead. And I forget who Jane's partner was, probably Vivian. But no, it wasn't Vivian, somebody else. Don't remember. But managed to get there. But it did need me to stop and reset a few times from the team layouts because I just was having a total brain fart on how to put these same teams together because I only got one one heavy hitter for ice and ether that's actually built because Zoo and Ellen are way behind because I got them early before I was really time invested in the game.
well, Ellen's going to get some help, and I expect Zhu's probably on the ledger to get some help as well, since she sort of doesn't really do very much.
Yeah, and she needs Kingi to do anything at all. And
Like, just does Zhu even have mechanics? I'm not even sure.
her only mechanic is she does bonkers stun damage to the enemy when it's stunned, and which means you need Kingi on your team to get the bigger stun multiplier.
I feel like they're gradually moving in the direction of like I feel like Zhu Yuan is like the Zele of ZZZ.
Yeah, I mean,
Like she was powerful in her day, sure, but she's been like mechanics design has been left so far behind the others
she was
that
powerful
it's
for
not
all
really
of
that practical.
like a patch and a half, and then Jane came out.
Yeah, they were clearly leaning into Anomaly a bit hard at the start. I would have left that till later, I think, but
I,
at least they managed to preserve its relevance, unlike Dot in HSR.
well, they've also expanded Anomaly to include special anomalies with the Void Hunter tier characters, with Miyabi's freeze mechanic, and now your girlfriend's new Auric Ink mechanic expanded on Ether.
We'll see how that all plays out long term. Anyway, so yeah, I haven't done much in ZZZ, and there's not really much to do in ZZZ right now since everybody is taking the deep breath prior to the 2.0 drop.
Yeah, really excited to see what they do. They've had several months to cook now after the relaunch, and we'll about to see what they serve up.
You're just calling it the relaunch now, are you?
Oh yeah, 1.4 is just a relaunch at this point. Like, I don't think anybody that looks at pre 1.4 ZZZ and post 1.4 ZZZ will look at you and tell you these two things are comparable in quality at all because post
I still have to
1.4
go back and clear those quests, man.
post 1.4 the quality of everything skyrocketed. They just
And
took
there's this awkward sort of intermission which we call arpeggio fault.
the last gasp of the pre 1.4 era. Oh, we're done recompiling shaders. I didn't.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to 2.0 as well. I'm sort of curious as to if they are actually going to do a alternate thing with Yushin, because while like I joked that Yushin is Ningguang's alternate, but because they have some key differences in design, so that's not actually true. But Yushin's late elder sister has a very different personality to Ningguang, but is the spitting image of her, aside from one beauty mark. And they also share the background of Ningguang was also sort of like an impoverished street urchin type child when she was growing up as well, which is also Yushin and her sister's background. So there is a certain amount of overlap there.
What if the whole reason Ningguang is rich like she is because when she was young, she met the Genshin version of Nicole, who we haven't met yet. She learned all her get rich quick schemes from her.
That's not what she tells you. Like you do spend some time with Ningguang early on in the game, and she tells you a lot about her childhood and how she grew up and what she got up to in that. But it sounds like she just basically did hard yakka, more or less. It was not there were no free rides for her. She just worked her way to the top the hard way. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how that all fits together. Not a lot of background other than, I mean, did you see the trailer? The incredibly hyped trailer that is actually kind of creepy to watch on YouTube because the frame rate's not high enough on YouTube.
The Miyabi versus your girlfriend one?
Is that just what you're going to call her?
Because I cannot say her name to save my life. It will take forever for me to figure out that Chinese name and say it correctly. Yes, I saw it.
Yeah, that's really because there's 2 or 3 different schools of romanization for Chinese, and nobody ever announces which one they're using, so you've just got to sort of intuit it based on the spelling. But yeah, at any rate, it seems like Yishin's past also revolves around a cursed sword.
A lot of those going around.
The cursed sword that she is entangled with is what killed her sister. It was because they were street kids. They got taken in by their master, who trained them to fight, in a monastery along with a bunch of other kids who were taken in similarly. And the master had this sword, and then when the troubles happened, the sword took their master's life because it wears away at you. Like you have to trade your memories for power, essentially. And eventually it will just erase you from existence, sort of thing. And that's basically when their master died, Yushin's sister took up the sword, and then when the big cataclysm happened that took her sister's life, she decided she was going to use the sword one more time, and it basically wiped her out. But so yeah, both of the Void Hunter tier characters we've been introduced to seem to have their fates shackled to swords that aren't really that friendly. But yeah, go watch the trailer because it's a cool fight scene between Miyabi and Yushin.
I thought it was incredibly adorable the whole way they were fighting.
It was incredibly adorable. Miyabi is incapable of not being adorable because she's so outrageously autistic. But like I said, YouTube is a pretty bad host for it because unless you're a premium, you're not going to get enough frame rate to really appreciate it. The bit rate's going to plummet because the action is so fast paced. So, yeah, YouTube, get your act together. Come on. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing what 2.0 brings. They've got a lot to live up to, as far as putting together a compelling story that drags you along. I feel like they, as a story viewed in some, I feel like ZZZ hasn't really engaged enough with the meta plot yet. Like it appears in too subtle fits and starts in little clumps here and there without without projecting a very strong sense of other events being woven into it. There's not really this. It's not really a strong criticism because you could say the same thing about Mondstadt. Um, you can't say the same thing really about HSR and Honkai Impact Third because they're both about the meta story. Like the things rather than the Genshin one is sort of partway between the two, but ZZZ tells very much more personal, localized stories to the individuals involved, which are embedded in a meta plot as a secondary element. Whereas for Honkai Impact Third and Honkai Star Rail, while the story's told maybe personal, everything is about how and why they fit into the meta plot. Like the way the world works informs what happens in those stories in a lot of ways. And I feel like Genshin's got a good balance between the two, but ZZZ I feel is sort of underserving its world building. Like I still really have no good sense for how the world is constructed in ZZZ compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I can see where that's coming from, but at the on that same ticket, I think they have a much clearer vision for where they want it to go based on the way they're teasing us and drip feeding us
Yep.
more and more little bits as it goes on than the other
I
games
think
do.
that I think that something that will help that though, and it's sort of like a weird gameplay story integration moment, is I think that the big problem with the meta plot in ZZZ is actually something as absurd as the fact that you select locations from a menu.
Yeah, and they're I don't I have not looked at what the new interface will look like for that, but they are changing that up a bit. I heard with
Yeah,
2.0.
they're basically giving you a map that you can still select locations from a list if you want, but they're giving you a map, and the fact that a map will exist will finally allow your brain to accept the structure of the world as an actual place,
Yeah,
which I was having difficulty with before. Because like particularly more recently, like it's hard to accept, you know, the street where random play is and the the Star Loop and the Cheesetopia are all part of the same world, and they're all the same distance from each other because you select them from a map or you select them from a list.
yeah. The outer ring is supposed to be like really far, not super really far, but pretty dang far out there. Like,
It's supposed to be like a day trip to get there.
we can just we're the managers of Cheesetopia. We have special Cheesetopia teleporting powers.
Well, I mean, like the main character in Genshin likes to joke about that all the time. And there are a few times where Stell also gets the opportunity to talk about space anchors. Did you drink the ambrosia
Oh,
and end up at the top of the mountain?
this sounds like something I did, and for whatever reason, my brain is only keeping bits and pieces of it.
Well, it was just a gag scene. There are several gag scenes. Uh, some of them are black screens, some of them are not. Um,
The
one of the black screens ones is where you try and give a Dromus a bath, which would have been a bit difficult to animate.
the
But
the only one of those that gets stuck in my memory. There's two of them. One is the space toilet, and the other one is the you got stuck in the tube.
the tube.
Yeah, the one that I mentioned I had done and you hadn't yet. Would just examine in a random table in the space station or something. Get stuck in a tube.
I don't remember it, so maybe I still haven't done it. I don't even remember you describing it to me.
You went and did it when I described it to you.
Now I don't remember. I still don't remember. But yeah, there's various things that you can get up to uh, under the influence of ambrosia, and they usually don't end well. Um,
Figure out why that oil well is so, or not oil well, I'm in the oil well basin. Why that well at the bottom of the special area is so giddy to get more.
But I'll just paste in show chat one of the outcomes. This is all you hear about. This one's a total noodle incident. So oh, let's copy the same one twice. My goodness. Discord, get a grip. Big Discord we're going to implode shortly since it's being run by the guy from King now. But come on, you can do it. It's good. Good. Anyway, so yeah, ZZZ is the waiting game now. June the 6th is the date everybody is waiting for, which of course is at a position in the week where I'm not going to be able to enjoy it. I'm sure it would be awkward. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be pulling for Yushin and probably her W engine. We'll see how that goes. She may be a Ningguang lookalike, but I don't think I can C6 her. I don't have that many. Don't have that many polychromes. I think I get about 54k or something, and there'll be a few more coming down when the patch drops. I'm sure.
Like dependent, you
But
might be able to squeeze C1 or two depending on how deep into
it
polychrome
depends if they're
deficit.
good or not.
Yeah.
It depends if they're good or not, because the C2 is sort of like the stopping point for everybody, because nobody wants to have to grit their teeth and get through C3.
You are
But,
actually insane and really waifu the character if you go beyond C2.
But yeah. Next along is Genshin, and Genshin's not doing much this week either. There's combat events, and I hate combat events. Like
This one,
I do one go and then I move on because I hate them. End of
this
story. It's just trash fights.
this one, while I don't like Genshin's combat events in general because either they're boring or they have some stupid mechanic that makes it take way too long and just way too much effort for a simple event. Of the ones they put out, this has been the least offensive in a while. It's still not good.
Did you do the battle tower one?
No, I didn't do that one.
Okay, because that was most people's favorite who actually liked the combat system. They liked that one.
Yeah, I'm lukewarm.
I hated it just as much as I hate this one.
I'm very lukewarm on Genshin's combat system, and think it just is not, especially now ZZ is around. It doesn't really have a reason to exist in my brain.
Yeah, it's sort of a waste of time, really.
But
The
this one,
blinding light is coming. The blinding light is coming over the gathering hub.
oh, you're getting flash
There we
banged.
go. Yeah.
But yeah, this
Um,
one, the reason specifically I didn't mind this one as much is because this one, number one, didn't take very long, and number two, wasn't that hard, and number three was basically just a character demo pit to let you get a better handle than like the little character demos that you do for the baby rewards on when banners roll around for a bunch of characters you may or may not have tried, just to kind of get a better understanding for how they play.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, didn't really want to. Like, I already had a chance to try Verisa several times in other events, and I just don't really like how she feels to play. It
You
feels
mean
very awkward and clumsy to me.
you mean you don't like
It
the
makes
bouncy cow
sense.
running off into the middle of where the fudge ever she feels like going this particular charge because she's
I have
targeted some
difficulty
barrel?
aiming at the best of times. Like, I don't own Verisa for a reason. I don't own Sharky for a reason. This is not what I want to be doing. I mained Ningguang for most of the game's history, and Ningguang does not need to aim. Occasionally, the Jades will still chase something you don't want them to. However, you don't need to worry too much about it because there's a lot of them.
I'm here to tell you, you can try to aim with Sharky. You can try real hard. It's not going to work.
Sharky goes where Sharky pleases.
So, you notice how nobody talks about Mualani anymore because nobody wants to try and finagle Sharky.
Well, poor Mualani was always settled with the reality of having to share a role in the team with Nouvelette.
And one of these is the path of least resistance, and one of them is Sharky. It doesn't matter if at the end of the day you can crunch their numbers to be, well, askew-ally, they have the same potential. Damn, no. One of them has Sharky.
But yeah, I don't particularly like it. I look at what elements are required. I slap those characters with those random elements in a team, even if they're not even leveled up, and then I go and I will hammer the buttons over and over again until I pass the minimum amount to get the premium gems, and then move on with my life. That's how I
I
do combat events.
I
If
noticed we
they
both
were
had underleveled Yao Yaos in there.
Well, you got to put another Dendro person in there, and
Yeah.
I didn't want to go and find a sodding statue of the Seven to resync Traveler back to Dendro. So
Why can't we
this is the
just
way
do
it's going
that
to
from the
be.
menu?
Don't know, but I mean, Trailblazers learned how to do it, but I guess Aeons are sort of floating around in the sky or something, so it's easier. But yeah, they're. I don't care for Genshin combat events. If they're going to have combat events, I would much rather them like put a lot of effort into developing the co-op boss ones, where they put like a really hard version of a boss monster in there with a whole pile of mechanics and that, and then just leave it in the game for a good long while so you've got time to work on it, and then put some juicy reward at the end.
Well, here's what you do.
That's
I think you can make that work pretty well with a reward system that's like you make the primo gems easy to get solo from that boss, and then you put a whole bunch of like Mora or the weapon enhancement crystals and maybe some character XP, maybe even a cosmetic or
well, the one
something
that
like that at the
really
end.
drove people wild in the battle tower was because the battle tower was quite difficult. Like I couldn't do the battle tower all the way to the end. You needed to have like a total of 100 floors, and I had something like 95 or 92 or something. You need to have a total of 100 floors to get the reward, and it was just a what should I call it, profile background.
Oh yeah,
That was all, but people went absolutely wild over it. I bet none of them are even using it now, but they were absolutely wild about it, and a lot of people got really upset about the fact that they couldn't get it because it's too hard and so on. It probably wasn't too hard if I could have gotten that close, and I probably could have sat down and spent some time doing it. And I didn't use food either, and in that event you could use food. I probably could have gotten it if I'd really wanted to, but yeah, that reward drove people nuts. They were obsessed with getting it, even though they weren't going to use it. You just stick something like that at the end. I don't know. I think that's like Genshin's real strength has been historically not in its combat. It has been in the fact that it is a more social game to play, and they really need to lean into that and stop piddling around with things like Imaginarium Theatre.
yeah.
Like they had another sodding survey about Imaginarium Theatre this week
Maybe
past.
maybe it's to
And
decide if they actually want to cut it.
I gave an absolutely scathing review as always. I mean, I'm sure it sounds like sour grapes from somebody who can't do it, and it's true, I can't do it. Although I don't know that I can't do it. If I wanted to sink enough time into it, maybe I could. But that's the same with Spiral Abyss, right? Like I can probably complete Spiral Abyss, but I've never seriously tried to do so.
It's
Because when you get to floor 12, it's just like smashing your head against a brick wall.
yeah. Well,
They're trying to force you out of the teams that you want to use into the teams they want you to use, which may or may not work for you because you might not have the gear or the build or whatever.
yeah. The real kicker with Imaginarium Theater is number one. You may or may not have the ability to do it. You may even have the characters to do it, but the raw horizontal investment required means you can't even click the button. Like even if you can theoretically click the button, you have that entire cycle to level up those characters and try and get them artifacts if you even have them on your account to begin with.
Yeah, I dread to think the amount of whaling that would be required to pump out enough relics to actually get A Cycle's characters leveled up. Like unless you were monogaming Genshin since launch, and every time a new character came out, didn't matter what it was, you were gonna get level it and gear it. Like I don't see how you could possibly have this sort of characters to perform. But then I see people who contradict this all the time. They said no, you can clear everything easily. Just do it. Stop being bad.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it,
Don't know
it
what they're doing. Don't really care because the game isn't very interesting or rewarding in
that, that
terms of what is available to you.
that's the other thing. Like I had one cycle where I had the characters to do the hardest difficulty. I had those elements. They happened to line up for me. I didn't do it. I didn't even make an attempt because it just feels bad to play.
Yeah, it's a game mode where basically it just tells you no all the time.
Like
Uh,
there is value in restricting what a player can do in some instances, but this is the absolute worst way to do it. Like they have invested their time, their money in a lot of cases in their characters, and they want to demonstrate their ability to play said characters. If you want to limit the roster of characters that's available to them for this particular thing, that's expected. We can deal with that.
But the
Limiting,
thing is, I don't think so because, and the reason is, everybody playing this game, except for the biggest Leviathans, is already working with a limited roster.
the
They already had to pick and choose and make difficult decisions about who to pull. They already leveled up Ningguang and used him for the first, used her for the first 3 quarters of the game, despite the fact that she's outmassed and outpowered by everything around her. Because that was what was available to me. I had my limited roster. And now after all that time playing her, getting her to the level where I was able to womp the character trial for her in a couple of goes, like all of that goes to waste because you said no. I know that she's an underpowered character that you love and have made strong enough to actually survive in the current environment, but I'm just not going to allow you to play her. Or if I do allow you to play her, you get to use her 2 times. Two.
yeah, you better pick and choose the bosses you want to use her on because more than likely she's going to be the one you want to use in those scenarios. So have fun. It's like I invest more horizontally than Vol does significantly in most of the Hoyo games, but even then, most of the Imaginarium theaters that come up, I simply don't have the roster to do them. It's just not there. Like I look at my roster, I'm like, everybody here is at best like level 70 that I would have to backfill the back half of this team with, even if I could click the button. And then there's plenty of element lineups where it's just like, I can't click the button, usually when Dendro's on the lineup, because there just ain't that many Dendro characters I have.
Yeah, I don't know what in the main people do about that, but yeah, it is what it is. It's a terrible game mode. I think most people, even the people who do have the power for it, don't particularly enjoy it.
Yeah.
I just don't think that there is much there. There's not really meat and not really meat on those bones. I think that there's a skeleton there of something that you could do something fun with, but you would need to be focused on making it fun rather than making it restrictive.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the easiest game mode that they could have done is not one that they have designed for with their recent boss fights, because their recent boss fights have been very gimmicky. If they had continued on the philosophy of like the Raiden Shogun fight and made fights more about the mastery of the fight and the execution, they can make like boss fight events or something as an in-game mode. But they can't do that because do you really want to do an event where you have to sit and figure out that stupid dragon?
No. No, whenever I see somebody commenting on that dragon, it's always something like on Twitter or whatever. It's always something like, "This boss has been out for X number of weeks, and I still don't understand anything that it does."
I still do not know how the random health drain and health hit happens.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there.
Like there's a
Apparently it just flat out punishes you for not being in Night Soul at all times.
yeah, like a flat 80% of the time, Zelona's just gonna get nuked. Because it always happens when it's on her time to come up again in the rotation. She just dies.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that, but like I would be fine with a like an ultra balls to the wall version of Raiden and Shogun if you could like work your way through the fight, if you could, study each phase and sort of progress through it. That would be all right, but they've definitely decided to prefer spectacle over
Yeah, do,
coherence.
do you really want to sit and do a super boss with the space whale?
Space Whale is sort of like the epitome of a bad Genshin boss, really, because there's no meaningful relationship between it and you. You just happen to be in the same place at the same time, trying to deplete each other's health bars.
There's a reason every time we've done the space whale, the conversation and team building for the space whale has evolved into, I wonder if we can skip a phase. Because we just don't want
Yeah,
to deal with it.
I did skip the entire phase like the entire inside the whale phase. I skipped that the other day because I just went in there to try it with your standard Mavwika melt team, and yes, the whale evaporated in whale phase without ever phase transitioning.
If I get the high roll with Navia and Mavwika's buff is up, I can sometimes skip the suck up phase after I got my crack Navia.
But yeah, so I think that Genshin's big problem as a game right now is it does not know what it is good at, because there are things that it is good at. It is good at presenting you with a friendly and interesting world to poke around in for extended periods of time, and like jamming stuff into every nook and cranny for you to find. And it is good at social stuff, about giving you opportunities to tool around in that world with your friends. Those are the things that it is good at, and it needs to lean into those and stop thinking that it is ZZZ, because I'm here to tell you, even from my point of view, that combat system is not ready for prime time.
Yeah.
But yeah. So have you finished all of the etc. up to
Oh
date now?
no, I have not done the main story, and I thought about doing it this week, but then Wendy came back, voicing Venti. So we
Right.
may see some returning voice cast for that, the Mondstadt crew.
Right.
So I'm not
Yeah.
caught up on that
Anyway,
yet.
so the other thing that happened in Genshin this week was the end of the fairground event. And that was unutterably depressing, because you spend all this time building this theme park and it's just gone. It's not there anymore. Like, why? Would it have hurt to just leave it there? Is there something else going on that beach?
I do
I
not
just
know.
don't understand. Same with the alchemy shop. Like, there's literally nothing on that beach. Even if it just turns into set dressing, people have memories there now. So why take it away? I just don't understand it. I really don't. It seems like a nonsense. I mean, if you want in Star Rail, you can still go back to the Ethereum Wars arena and tool around there. You can still go back to the Ten Lords, the sort of the graveyard, and hang out with the Ghost Hunter squad in Star Rail. Like, you don't, that doesn't accomplish anything, but it's still all there. None of it vanished.
Mm-hmm.
After you construct your room on the Astral Express, all that's still there. You can go hang out in your bedroom. You can recustomize it if you want. Like, there's no reason to just gut events out of the game when it's done. I don't understand why they're so pathologically married to the idea of, once people are done with this, we must tear it away from them. Would it have harmed anything for Simolanka to remain in the game?
I don't think so, but
I can't think of a way it could have.
I got no defense for him if that's what you're looking for from me. It seems incredibly dumb.
Like, there was so much obvious love went into the design of that zone. Like, you can't put together something of that magnitude and feel nothing about it. But they just gut it out of the game. I just can't comprehend it. I just can't. And I was just freshly reminded of that when the movie theme park thing came to an end.
What is
Like,
the name?
why?
I've. She says its
It's
dang name.
very French. It's very French. So I don't remember. I haven't played enough Clair Obscur to remember.
Sir Dan Dan Pompadourian or whatever his name is. The the cute little horse
Cheval Marine Amusement Park. Cheval Marine Film Fantasyland.
yeah, Cheval Moraine Pam Pam, whatever his name is. So
Anyway, yeah, it's just deeply depressing to see that they've torn that out again. Why this whole event exclusivity thing is completely unnecessary. You don't need to lean on the exclusivity constantly, especially for something like that in universe that took so long to build and is basically infrastructure at that point. Like, it doesn't make sense to remove it. It doesn't make sense to, like, and especially considering it was freaking coining Mora. Like, don't this Bina have enough financial problems as it is?
You know, my very eleganto macaroon factory spends her nights shaking down enough people. Maybe that's how they're just fine. Maybe they don't need money. Also, that's its flippin' name. I posted it in live show chat.
Surintendante Cheval Marine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call it something different every time I try and say its name. The little seahorse thing. Yeah, so Superintendent Chevalier over there lost his Disney World, or her Disney World. Boy or a girl? I think it's a girl. It has a bow.
It's sort of hard to tell. I know that the the person the person who draws the sort of the reversal characters, like there it's a fan artist who draws the animal companions and
Oh yeah,
news box and that in
I know,
reverse.
I know the one you're talking about. I think I've seen a few artists
Yeah,
that do that. Yeah,
yeah. According to that person, people are most interested in the crab.
but that one doesn't have a cute bow. I don't think it does anyway. It might.
Evidently, that doesn't stop people thirsting over it.
Why must people thirst over everything? I just think the seahorse is cute. It's got a nice bow. Like, is
People
this?
thirsty.
Am I just the weird one out here that just sees cute things like that's cute? I want it. I want to take it home with me.
I don't know. Like we had this discussion about Ibuki, and you probably don't want to relive it.
Yeah, no, I pursed it out with Da, the Hyacine edition.
Yeah, because people are not normal, apparently.
That or we're not the normal ones, and the world is just so far gone that we need to burn it.
Anyway, yeah, so we'll leave that there. Star Out, not much this week. I haven't had time to go in and do the entire zone that I haven't explored or cleared because I didn't realize until after the fact that post story they just add the post boss fight version of the whole, Sky Castle
Mm-hmm.
unexplored and full of treasure chests. I haven't had time to set foot in there because I've been too busy all week.
Yeah.
So yeah, the whole thing is still there waiting for me to poke around in it. Or rather to go through murdering everything with Acheron, because that's just how you explore in Star Rail.
Yeah, it would
My
take.
condolences to anybody who wasn't playing when Acheron came out.
Yeah, it just when I'm in exploration mode, the trash is now an obstacle. I will mercilessly abuse the Acheron.
Well, I mean, you've seen how many trick snacks I've got in my inventory.
Yeah, you have like 4 times the amount I do, which I already have an absurd amount.
But yeah. So that's where that's at. I was a little bit rustled that Apocalyptic Shadow have managed to sort of counter signal a break at the same time as having a break bonus on side 2. Basically, the only viable break team for side 2 is Boot Hill break. Everything else is like sort of you can't quite perform for a variety of reasons. Firefly does okay, but it's sort of hard to explain if you aren't a Firefly player, and that's also why my explanation last week of why Finon is not like constitutively power creep was incoherent, because it's all based on the experience of being a Firefly player. Now, Firefly has a speed soft cap of 150. Any
Mm-hmm.
speed that Firefly gets over 150 is functionally worthless. And Firefly is like goes from like 75% power to 100% power when you hit 150. There's basically that's the long and short of it. So a break team bonus that improves your speed does nothing for a Firefly team, and you're always going to be running either Firefly or Boot Hill in break for Apocalyptic Shadow. There's pretty much no venue for Rapper in Apocalyptic Shadow for break most of the time. So essentially, the bonus is pretty trivial. It's like you get 10% extra damage during your burst phase. So it's like kind of nonsense. So you've got to run break on that side if you're me. But like for examination purposes, I ran the whole Apocalyptic Shadow at tier 3 because I wanted it to be faster. Using my incredibly sub premium follow up team and my premium break team, and the score was almost the same on side 2.
Yeah, side
Simply
2.
because the break bonuses are rubbish compared to the follow up ones.
Yeah, it was just a very hard fart coded side 2 this time.
Yeah, like side 2 is like hard coded for fart, or alternatively boot hill break. Like who
Yeah,
else is going to use that 50% damage bonus to physical?
yeah, I've mentioned it before, but it is anytime there's a side that's hard coded for break, it makes the whole thing very trivial for me because it means one side is just taken care of, and I have the entire rest of my roster to figure out what to work with on the other side.
Yeah, so I stumbled through it because it's not like Firefly can't perform. Like my Firefly is probably one of my least built characters, but that's sort of not really anything I can do anything about because I run a premium break team of DPS, Fugue, Rowan May, Lingsha. The problem is that Lingsha, Firefly, Rapper, and Fugue all require the exact same gear. So I have spent a lot of time in Corrosive Cavern farming Glamoth Iron Cavalry. A lot of time. Because I had to gear 4 characters with the same set. That
Yeah,
said, I have done what I will laughingly call geared my Hyacine now to the point where she is usable. Just usable. My gear's not good. It's not like your Hyacine, like the Aeon of Veracity, as
the
Pridwin call it.
yeah. If you can get her to that
So,
point, man, it costs me everything, but the return. Oh, the return. Oh man, that stupid, that fat fornicator. He does so much damage.
but yeah, I got her to 201 speed.
It's over the
So I got
cap.
that one speed, 1 point speed bonus. Yo, 201. We got there, boys. It was rough. It took me 5,000 Trailblaze energy and a couple of resins, but we got there in the end. And I've got to clean out my inventory again because it's full of rubbish. I don't even know what the second set in that Corrosive Cavern is for. It seems
Oh,
sort of weirdly generic.
yeah, the set that made me just kind of stare at it and scratch my head.
Yeah.
I do not know who in the Flying Fudge. I'm trying to remember what the set even is because I just it.
I mean, by the time I got through it, there are probably some awesome pieces in there that I didn't even look at.
I mean, that's how it
Maybe for
works.
like gearing some character that I haven't geared, like a 4-star or something, generico 4-star damage dealing character. Maybe Buttervision. I don't know. Maybe Buttervision can use those pieces.
Yeah, Caverns of Corrosion. What the fudge even was this set? Uh, Wave Strider. All right, Wave Strider Captain. What the fudge did it do it again? Crit damage. Yeah, when targeted, they ask for help, and at 2 stacks of help, when they use their ultimate, their attack gets turbojacked. Like, it's just any kind of character that is a somebody that wants a lot of the support on the team will be able to muddle through it. But
Maybe there's an upcoming character who will lean into it like ultra hard or something. Who knows?
yeah, I don't know.
Like, because still nobody knows what the mechanics for Hisselins or Siraja or Cyrene are. So, or the two other ones who are silhouettes on the list of the flame chasers. But yeah, I'm sort of interested in Siraja as a character. Apparently, in the data mines, her model is the same framework as Fu Xuan's, so she's kind of a midget. But Siraja was apparently the leader of Okama before Aglaya came along and took over, and she was an absolute tyrant. But she was also one of the flame chasers, so I'm sort of interested to see whether we get to see her character arc play out. I don't know how they're going to do all that. Anybody's guess at that at this point, but I mean, canonically in present day, as far as we know, Hisselins and Siraja are both dead. But we also know that Cyrene is dead, so yeah, don't know what to make of that. But yeah, thinking about that, I went back this week, and I rewatched Because of You, which is the finale. It's like an 8-minute long animated sequence. That was the finale of whatchamacallit, Elysian Realm in Honkai Impact 3rd. Because I wanted to see what sort of motifs are actually embedded in here that we might see come back in M4S, and it's absolutely freaking chock with them. But in the end result of that was I just was depressed for most of the next day because it was a really sad sequence. Well, it's sort of sad. It's bittersweet, I guess. Elysian Realm was a very emotionally impactful section of Honkai Impact 3rd, and it being the type of story it is, like there's no player point of view character in Honkai Impact 3rd, so you see everything through the lens of whichever character is the lead at that particular story arc. And in this case, it was Raiden Mei, and so she becomes very close with Elysia over the course of that time. They become very close friends, and at the end, when everything all falls apart, like it's still quite depressing. Like it all comes to a happy ending much further down the line, but you know the dead stay dead and the living have to move on. But there's a lot of motifs in there that are quite relevant to M4S in various ways, although where they will actually all fit together is sort of unclear. But
So
I noticed some things that I hadn't seen before, like the fact that Eponia's motif is golden butterflies, just like Aglaya's is, and so on. But yeah, I mean, if you aren't ever planning to play through Honkai Impact 3rd, I quite recommend watching the Because of You animated short, because it is a finale to a story you won't know, but you get a lot of the vibe of who Elysia is just from that sequence. If you ever do intend to play through it, though, I recommend that you don't watch it because it'll be much more emotionally impactful if you watch it in context.
yeah,
But yeah, anyway, yeah. So Star Rail is I've still got cleanup duty to do. I guess there's heaps of chests to dig through and so on and so forth to do in there. But yeah, that's about it. Next is whatchamacallit, Clear Obscure, and I played very little of it. Just enough to get over the hump to allow Aristeel to breathe again, apparently. But frankly, the show is still being stolen on the regular by SKA,
yes.
and it may be what Aristeel feels. It's a big spoiler moment, but they still haven't bothered to explain anything, so I'm just still sort of mildly frustrated.
No, it's just
It seems that the only person who ever asks for explanations for shit is Lune, and everybody dunks on her for it. It's really frustrating.
you will get an answer to literally everything. Eventually. Uh, but yeah. So the reason I've been holding my it's going to be very hard to talk about it if I just don't rip the band-aid off on this one. So, Claire Obscure, story spoilers coming out in 5, 4, 3, 3.5, 3 3/4. Going backwards. 3, 2, 1. Gustav dies. So, you got
We got a replacement goldfish, so it's fine.
yeah, and furthermore, uh it is, even if you had heavily invested in Gustav, all your investment into Gustav carries over into Verso. And Verso is basically Gustav Pro Max. Like, what if we gave Gustav a better element that is resisted by less crap? And what if we gave him a proper mechanic that is still simple, uh, but properly functions, and make sure everything is still K and hunky dory. I really like how they managed to keep your investment from feeling like it was wasted with Gustav. And while the innately suspicious, I could see the get interface spoiled on Gustav. If you notice, like, significantly more of his skill tree is locked than the other characters when you pick him up, and his mechanic being as simple as it is could give it away. I feel like they did the best they could with it, and it worked out really, really good. And the scene of Gustav's death really stuck with me for the rest of my playthrough in the back of my head.
I feel like he raised a few too many death flags to survive. I feel it was he had it coming.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it was. I'm allowed to punch anymore. So, but I'm not saying it wasn't signaled. It's not, his whole story up to that point is for those that come after. It's his catchphrase, but it still felt really good the way they tied it with especially Mael and her reaction to it. And Verso is going to be a very, very fun and interesting character to learn about.
I actually really liked Lune's reaction because that's exactly what you would expect from someone who outrageously autistic.
Yeah,
Like she just starts gibbering about what has to be done next.
yeah, we lost the Lumina.
You can almost you can almost hear her hyperventilating the entire time.
Yeah. So that's the first major spoiler wall, and is the one that's the hardest to keep a secret because you can't talk about Verso really at all without mentioning that he's here to replace Gustav. But now that you're finally past that point, I don't have to dodge around that and can actually uh, give you more context about the gameplay stuff and the way Verso works now that Gustav is no longer in the party. Because as long as Gustav's in the party, I have to coyly play pretend that his moveset is totally going to radically expand at everything. No, he's not kind of dead. He's dead. Cutscene made sure you saw that about 3 or 50 times. Just how
No,
dead.
I'm here to tell you, I healed up during that battle with what's his name.
With Renoir against Renoir. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you, I healed up. I healed to full. It was all good.
But yeah, he's dead.
But I used so many heals.
He's Renoir. It will not be the last time that you run into Renoir in the story.
But of course, the most important new addition to the party has also joined, being Florrie.
Ah, yes, it is now time for Swim Swim. So, have you jumped in the water with Eskia and got to hear about time for Swim Swim?
I have heard about how it is time for Swim Swim.
It will be time for Swim Swim a lot.
Yeah, I haven't really done much more than that though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you're pretty open in
the
what you can do next because you just unlocked swimming. You can go exploring side areas, or you can go on with the main story. It's really up to you.
I can lament my total lack of a sense of direction. At least,
At least the world
but
map has a map.
yeah, it's not a very good map, but it's a map. You can tell the direction.
It's
That's
got
about it.
there's a compass. There was one area of the Stone Cliffs I was worried about you getting lost in when you were talking about getting lost, and I didn't really want to talk about the Stone Cliffs because of it's the end of Act 1.
I did get lost, though. I feel like I missed like half of that zone because I got lost so often.
The
I ran
small
around in circles in the dark for quite a while.
that's
and
the area I thought.
I found that I somehow I ended up back in the manor, and I had no idea how. I was
That
very confused.
Oh, okay. There are random doors to the manor scattered around everywhere that unlock extra background lore and cosmetics, and I think a few upgrades can be found in there as well. Uh, for like your potions and stuff, you can find those in the manor. But you'll just find doors to the manor in random spots. If you go in, you'll just be ported to the manor, and you just got to leave the manor again to return to where you were.
I was like, I could have sworn I was underground.
Yeah, there's a bunch of manor doors like that. Do keep in mind they reset all the enemies when you leave.
I discovered this, yes.
So planning your trip into the manor if you find a door, waiting until you hit the next checkpoint may be a good idea on your first run through. Unless you just want to run by everything on the way to the next checkpoint. Yeah, that's that underground section. It telegraphs where to go with glowy light or glowy crystals on the ground, but not super clearly. And I was like, oh man, he's gonna get lost down here. I just know it.
There are glowy crystals. I broke all of those.
Yeah, they're very, very faintly glowing ones, in addition to the normal ones that point you on the pathway to go up and around the cliff.
Well, I did not know where I was supposed to go. I just sort of bumbled around in the dark, and eventually I merged back into the light. And I was like, you know what? If there's anything down there, I'll go back and find it later.
There's the only thing really down there, aside from a few crystals for the white Nevron, is a hole in the ground that has a mime in it, I think. Or a chromatic enemy or something down there. That's it.
And a mana door, apparently. But yeah, I don't remember seeing a chromatic enemy down there.
Yeah, it was either a mime or a chromatic
I
enemy in a hole.
don't think I saw a mime down there either.
And the hole's really off to the side, away from the path of progression. You gotta really want to mow the lawn in the dark to find it.
Yeah,
I'm an obsessive lawnmower, so I found it. But
I'll go back. I'll go back some other time, and I'll turn up the gamma correction on my game before I do because I could not see anything down there.
yeah, it's super dark.
It's like they whoever designed that little Pictos that they use to light the way in dark places, they need to go back to the drawing board because that thing is not very effective.
It was designed around a very, very tiny, small optional dungeon that is just a dark maze. It's 100% optional. It's called like Sinister Cave or something. Uh, and it's got like a single chromatic enemy and a few, like 2 random items on the ground. And the whole point is it's just a maze that you have to remember a layout for with only a few landmarks in the dark. And it works okay given that environment, but it clearly was not suited for some of the more generically dark places that could stand to be illuminated a bit brighter.
Yeah. So I got through that. I one shot the boss. Though it was a very, very long fight because two of my party members got whomped and then Lune soloed the rest of the fight.
Got to save her AP to
Which
play
was
Simon Says.
yeah. Yeah. Well, in the end I decided, you know what, I don't have enough AP for this, so I just parried everything instead.
That's the correct answer.
But yeah, I got through that. I was broken and bleeding by the end with two party members dead, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, I did like how they lampshade with the lampmaster. Why aren't Ciel and Lune just going back up, trying to get back up on that cliff with all the crap going down? Oh no, lampmaster's not dead.
Yeah, they have a third phase that we thankfully did not have to sit through. So when I went into the second phase, I think everybody had about 100 hit points left, and I'd used all my items already. I'm glad I left a heal equipped on Lune. I would be toast without that. There are a
Yeah,
lot of fights that I have gotten through purely by using heal every turn and then attempting to parry everything.
yeah,
That
that
seems to be the way most of my fights go.
yeah. Even if you wipe out using a strat like that, you will eventually, through just practice of parrying, get get yourself in a more comfortable position on future attempts because you'll know your parries better. So it's a legitimate way to learn the encounters, or just finally figure the parries out mid first attempt and non parry your way through on your first attempt. So
Well,
you're
I mean, that worked for Lampmaster, but
so you're through your first act of the
and-
game now.
right, yeah. How many acts are there?
Uh, two full acts and a third act that is functionally just a final dungeon. It's a long final dungeon, but a final dungeon with all the extra content as well if you choose to do that. All the bonus content.
Right, yeah.
So if you're talking main story, you're about 45% the way through.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sort of at the point where I just kind of want to push through with the main story and then do most of the other stuff on a second run or something, or a post game, because honestly, it's just getting frustrating how little I know at this point. And occasionally, I end up wasting a lot of time on things that don't reveal anything to me, except for like, don't attempt to disguise yourself as an Everon. Don't attempt to eat an Everon. Information like that that doesn't really help me very much.
Yeah. The you'll get bits and pieces slowly fed to you. Verso's going to continue to be vague, although he does know more about what's going on than everybody else. But he'll steadily drop more and more info on what's going on, and you'll get through Act Two, and it'll all just start clicking together as soon as the all the little pieces you picked up throughout Act Two should start slotting into place right when Act Two is wrapping, and especially in the post Act Two cutscene. You'll have a little intermission act where just a whole bunch of stuff will click.
And I'll finally understand why you shouldn't eat Everon.
Yes, actually. One of the many, many things that is answered.
The previous expeditions did some really stupid cavalier bullshit.
Turning a Ferris wheel into a mode of transport was one of them, yes. You saw that one. I don't know if you found the journal for it, but they did it.
I did. I thought he was joking at first, and then I found the journal.
Yeah. It's like, oh boy. Yeah, when your max population gets younger and younger, the that means you have younger and stupider brains to pull from, it seems. It is a very late in the game one, but keep an eye out for journal number 60. That one is the epitome of not stupid, but just legitimate awesome that an expedition other than 33 or 0 pulled off. So there were a few that managed to man mode their way through and make quite a bit of progress.
and some of them just get beaten up by just.
Yeah, some of them die because they went to the gestural doctor, or you
We
know,
heard about his bone problems.
yeah. I do like the dumb expeditions because it just it shows that you know not every expedition that goes out is going to be filled with winners.
It's very black humor, though.
It is, but I do love it. And some of the just stupid BS these people tried. I guess when you're desperate and you just are looking for something novel to see if it works, maybe a Ferris wheel seems like a good idea at that point.
But they were down to like 40 before they attempted to dress as Nevrons.
I don't have a whole lot of defense for some of them. Some of them were just smooth brain. So yeah, the next spoiler wall is a very minor spoiler wall, but it's I think Burso would have told you that he wants to go to a place called Minoko Station next.
No, he hasn't said anything about that.
Oh right, that's the name of the location after the Forgotten Battlefield. Okay, so he wants to go to the Forgotten Battlefield next.
Yeah, he's just gone and shown me that I now have another kind of parry to learn.
That one is both a freebie and a bit of a gotcha. Once you know that's coming, the first time it'll usually get you on bosses that have one, but after that, it's the most free parry of all time because its window is way larger and it gives you way more payoff. So you'll do Battleground. The boss of Forgotten Battleground is one a lot of people like. It's one of their favorite ones, just mechanically in terms of playing it and enjoying the fight. And his look, he looks like he's a reference to a not so subtle reference to a character in another video game that you haven't played, but that's another reason people like him. So yeah, you got Forgotten Battlefield, and then Minoko Station isn't so much of a dungeon as as a small little event area where a story event will happen. But that'll be the next spoiler wall. It's not as bad as me having to dance around the fact that Gustav isn't with you the whole time. But it'll open up a bit more avenues for discussion there. And then the next one really isn't until the end of Act 2 when you should have a lot of the pieces you need to start putting together what happened. And I can tell you where to get answers that you don't have already in side quests for later at that point, and or clarify some things that that you don't quite have figured out yet without risking spoiling the main story. And then, of course, there's the end of the game itself after Act 2.
And then will SKA lose his rocks again so we can go on another adventure?
If you push that New Game Plus button, he will. I love the big dumb ball of tablecloth. Did you, once you got Verso in the party, did you interact with SKA in camp with him?
Yes, I did.
I'm not sure what his first cutscene is, but one of his early ones is really good.
Now, this is just one asking about whether or not he was losing his rocks on purpose.
Oh, yes. Yes, he does lose his.
And SKA's like, yeah, of course. So we can go on another adventure.
The dumbest, fattest, most wonderful tablecloth. So yeah, eager for y'all to make more progress on that over time. And I don't know if you have anything particular about the characters and the story you've gone through so far that's particularly jumped out at you, or if you're just waiting for the main story to plonk along.
No, I've got to just push through this with the story because I don't really like. Basically, CL hasn't done anything yet except flirt outrageously with anything she can, and sort of basically just be around and complain about water. Like, that's about it.
Yeah.
Um, and
CL,
my L is going through I'm about to slide off the slippery slope phase.
yeah, she's not taking losing Gustav very well.
And Lune is just being constantly autistic and getting dunked on by the entire party for actually wanting an explanation for the stupid shit that's happening, which doesn't seem very fair to me.
I don't remember her getting dunked on. It's just the other characters. CL is a very straight girl. and a very she's a girl's girl. She doesn't think about events that are going on. She just does stuff. And Mayel is a little preoccupied with losing her mind. And Verso is Verso. So, and SKA is SKA. So there really isn't anybody right now for Lune to bounce with.
She's trying to keep them on track, even though it's not really her role to do so.
I mean, kind of is now. She has CL, the most aloof girl who seems to only care about what boys look good. You have, and then she has a literal child breaking down over the loss of a family member, and this new mysterious man who she knows nothing about, and she's trying to corral all these idiots into accomplishing an objective because she's the only one that's got her head even kind of screwed on straight right now as far as the mission's concerned.
But she's like the autistic nerd who's only interested in studying Pictos.
Yeah, yeah, but everybody else is currently having they're their own characters, and she has to live with them.
They either have some kind of shoes or are SKA.
Yes. Honestly, I think Lune likes SKA too.
Yeah, but I don't think that you can get her to admit it. I think she wants to study SKA.
I think she would write a very in-depth and long research paper with a whole lot of in it regarding SKA. But she would try. So there's a lot going on there.
That's clear of school for now. I don't know what progress I will make or when. I'm just sort of plugging away at it.
But yeah.
I'll probably ask for some build advice more than anything else, because frankly I just can't be bothered figuring one out. I have my work cut out for me just operating the game. Like I can operate on either the reflex channel or the thinking channel. I can't do both at the same time.
Yeah, I'm that way with my language channel. It comes up everything when it gets turned on. But yeah, I can point you in the direction of some generally useful pictos if you send me what you
It
got.
just seems it's I keep getting like, well, it's more that when I'm assembling the skills that I want to use, I keep getting ones that sound like a good idea, and then in actual combat, there are just literally no occasions to use them, and things like that.
If you want
And Verso's has been probably the worst for that so far.
Verso
like,
is incredibly generalist.
Yeah, it's like I keep getting stuck in this particular rank, and there's like literally no skills I can use in that rank that give me any benefits, so he's just underperforming all the time.
So the way I played Verso may or may not be applicable to you, because the way I played him was I used his light holder skill, the one that costs 4 and gives you some AP back if you are exactly A rank. And would use that because it gives him a free rank up at the end of its hits, and I would free shot with him until I got down to 4 AP, and to build up his meter, and then I would light holder to bump him up 1 or 2 ranks, and then I would just parry the boss and do that again if I had to get him at S rank. And there is a move that costs 9 AP normally that's an AoE, but at S rank it costs 5, and would use that as his main damage output move. And just try and keep him at S rank as much as possible, and had like a 7 cost move as his fallback that gives him bonus stuff on crit if I just could not get him to S rank for whatever reason. We'll just let him pass turns with basic attacks otherwise. But yeah, he turned into Gustav 2.0 for me.
Yeah, he's already become the Pictos mule.
Yeah, you will get the actual Pictos mule for your next character. And the next character, uh, there's a collection mechanic with the next character involving having him in the party when you first beat enemies. Do not worry about missing anything. Yeah. Don't worry about missing anything. There is a battle tower in the post game where you can go get just about everything, and everything you can't get in the battle tower, you can go get in a special bonus dungeon that has respawning mini bosses for all
I
his mini
see.
boss ones. Yeah, if there are missable ones, they are this. It's like one or two that you can go fish up on New Game Plus if you really, really want to.
Also, I keep finding, usually accidentally, these sort of like fixed perspective areas
There's
that
just
seem to just have like a disc or something and
yeah,
nothing else.
they're just little baby areas that have a cosmetic or a collectible inside and show you a pretty piece of scenery. That's it.
Okay. So I was like, am I supposed to do something here?
No,
Am I screwing up a side quest by coming here and tooling
no,
around? Like,
none. They're just a pretty piece of scenery with a collectible in them. The entrance to the battle tower has that layout, and you do have to walk forward to get in the battle tower, but it's the only time it uses that fixed perspective, and actually has something other than a random singular pickup on the ground.
yeah, I kept having sort of like flashbacks of, whoa, am I playing FF8 all of a sudden?
Yeah, there's supposed to be a reference to that style of PS1 era fixed perspective kind of deal going on there with RPGs that they used to do. The developer said as much. They're just there for people to go, oh, I remember when PS1 games were like this, and they let them go ham with making just a pretty piece of scenery for you to look at. So that's their whole purpose.
All right, so I'm not missing anything. I was like, am I supposed to be doing something here or?
None. So yeah, um, I'll be very interested as you make more progress, and we can continue to talk about it. A lot of the stuff in this game is going to boil down to the characters you have and know, and a lot of it is going to come down to the decisions of whoever's the key player for that particular chapter. Since you just got Verso, he'll be coming shortly, but for now you have to go and deal with the party saying bye to your boy.
Yeah, I guess that the jarring thing about a change in lead at this stage is that you've got a lot of, you know, you spend quite a bit of time with Gustav at this point. You sort of know his weird tics and his silly behavior and his awkwardness and all that. Like, it's all very familiar to you. Now you're sort of expected to treat the replacement goldfish more or less the same all of a sudden, and it's kind of a bit hard to swallow.
I think
When I was
they
like, who is this guy? Are they going to give me any reason to like him, or am I just supposed to like him because he's got more skills than your stuff does?
I think they do a fairly good job with Lune's very hesitant approach to him and treating him with obvious and blatant suspicion, and Mael's current broken brain state, and CL being CL, that it makes him not fall into the trap of just this is just a replacement goldfish because
CL, he's 100 years old.
it doesn't matter. She's a straight girl. The people that try to make CL to be uh in lesbians with Lune are just delusional.
Aren't they siblings?
They I don't think they're siblings, but CL and
Well, like
Lune,
foster siblings at least.
yeah. Well, most of the kids in Lumiere are at this point because most of them are orphans. So people have grown up in orphanages together. But yeah,
There's a little thing called the Westermark effect.
yeah. So because
It's going to be a real problem for. It's going to be a real problem for their civilization going forward.
yeah, yeah, you really need to make sure that Pictomancer stops. You got you just got some crazy people online that are convinced that her and CL are in lesbians with each other. I'm like, CL is the straightest girl to come out of a Western game studio in like forever. You people are nuts.
Isn't the I thought the backstory though isn't it that they were siblings but they just didn't get along because they were such different people and they were
Uh,
basically oil and water and they could only really come together to grieve.
they came together over grief and talked with each other, and then Lune eventually closed herself off to everything and got absorbed in her studies when things got really bad for her, and so she didn't spend a lot of time with anybody, including CL. But she did meet CL and know CL before then, at least at wherever they were before they went off to start preparing to join the expedition. So I don't remember if it mentions them explicitly being like siblings or something, or having a or how deep their relationship went as
Well,
like that.
CL refers to her parents as our parents.
Oh,
So
okay.
unless their parents were all in the same generation that all went off on an expedition together at the same time and left their kids behind, um, then they were probably foster siblings.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that CL's parents were not on Lune's parents' expedition because you there's a character side quest much later that covers what Lune's parents were up to. But uh, but yeah, so yeah, lots of stuff I want to get into discussing with it. You've just met Verso, so I can't jump into his character yet. Basically, because you're at past Act 2 now, though, or Act 1 now, though, I can stop pretending that Gustav sticks around forever, which is a load off of my spoiler dodging.
Yeah, so the only thing that I've sort of found as a bit of a sticking point is that I feel like Gustav and Renoir and Verso all look the same. Like if you put them together in a lineup, I would probably only separate them about 3/4 of the time.
Hmm.
Like I don't, it's a little bit frustrating how everybody's a clone of everybody else.
I'm going to give you a very solid and leave it at that, at least for two of those.
I don't know. Maybe all Frenchmen look the same.
So yeah, we'll see more when you get to it. What else have you done this week? We've been on Expedition 33 for quite a bit.
Uh, Not sure if there really was much else of anything. Um, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's been a long week, and it's going to proceed to continue to be long weeks, and I have a bunch of unpleasantness coming down the line to deal with as well, and a lot of unreasonable superiors who are making my life difficult. All the usual. The usual.
All right. Well, if you don't have anything else, I suppose. Are you in the lobby still?
Yeah, fishing or
Oh,
having my bait stolen by fish would be more accurate.
okay. Because I might have got booted from the squad lobby. In fact, I bet I was booted from the squad lobby because I was trying to get that stupid Akuma quest unlock out of my thing. It involved doing a solo arena quest.
I got booted out of the squad lobby as well. Go and find the handler to check.
Well, you figured that out. I guess we will move on to my week. My week has been a mess at work, but it has just been customers causing me to tear my hair out, which isn't abnormal. But I got customers that don't know how to use a freight line and having to baby them the whole way. I've got people from all over the country calling me and people asking me for quotes on a job when somebody told me they already had it. Just the usual type of nonsense, but obnoxious nonsense.
I
Thankfully,
have a
stuff.
corpo department who only know how to use a freight line. If anybody has uh, an invoice layout that lists freight as a line item, their brains break down and they can't understand that this line item called freight, you put it in our freight line. I didn't think that that seemed very complicated, but apparently there's a lot of people who just don't understand.
Yeah, I had somebody call the terms on a quote a credit application, which I had never heard before, and be very confused when trying to set us up in their system as one of their vendors. When I told them I don't have a separate form called credit application, what are you talking about? And I called him on the telephone. Like, oh well, most people it's Net3. I'm like, oh yeah, we put that on our quotes. We don't have a separate form for that.
Usually we only go through a credit application process if they're a supplier who we're going to be buying something from, like on the rig.
Yeah, and
You
even
don't you sell large capital assets. You're not really
yeah, you
like
may
we wouldn't go through a credit application to have like an extension built on the building, like because it's a one-time capex purchase. It's not
yeah,
they're not a supplier.
even if you become a regular customer, you're talking maybe like 3 or 4 purchases a year. Or even yeah, even if you become a regular customer and we become one of your regular suppliers, it's only like 3 or 4 purchases a year, and you can interact with me on an individual level to take care of everything. It's not like I'm hard to reach.
Yeah, like credit applications is for like if you need to establish things like regular payment terms and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so he was like, oh, that's on your quote. I'm like, yeah, it's Net30. Just plug that in. But he clearly was following a business playbook and repeating to me what the corpo line was. But it was just I'm just like, my guy, call you on the telephone and sort this out. And it's like, oh, okay. Man, you people could just punch some numbers on your telephone. So many of these issues could be solved way faster. This is all I could think as soon as I hung up the phone with him.
Net 30.
Yeah, I make my customers pay me within 30 days.
My boss is like my boss's boss rather is incredibly um enthusiastic about 60, and generally speaking this applies to everybody, right? Like it's not just that he wants net 60 for everybody that is our supplier. It's that we aren't even allowed to purchase things that are held for very long. So
Mm-hmm.
he simultaneously wants us to be able to react to every item of unusual work that comes in while also not holding any stock to do it with.
Why they like
Because
this?
all that's all money invested, right? Cost of operating, right? You've got to invest up front, and then you can't get any returns on the investment for consumables until you use them to do something, which then they've got net 30 to pay us or whatever. That's usually a net 30 for people to pay us, net 60 for us to pay other people. That's the way he wants to run things. But that so you've got stock is held for a certain amount of time. That's money that's locked up in unmoving items, and then if you've got net 30 to pay, it means that you've got stock holding time plus the amount of time it takes customers to pay us, and then all of that is basically cost that is sunk into doing business, and it's money that can't be moved anywhere or used for investment or whatever. There's a loss of liquidity. So he's constantly leaning on us to improve payment terms.
Yeah. Thankfully, I handle it on our company end, so I can intercept these problems, and even though it takes time, deal with them myself, so that I don't have to deal with a stupid higher up trying to mandate things go a certain way. But yeah, that's one of the problems. I got one customer doesn't know how to use a freight line. He tried to ship something, said he didn't know how to. I gave him my RL carrier's account number, and Like, just use this freight line and bill it to us. The dude forgot to make a bill of lading, and so they wouldn't pick it up. So now he's just shipping it to me. Now it's just a control panel, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but you can't use a freight line, or you can't just put it on UPS ground. What's wrong with you? So I don't know. I got to figure out how to ship this thing when I get it. And figure out the cheapest way to get it up there, because I got to send this thing back to the factory. So yeah, there's that, and I have all kinds of other jobs going on. I have one guy that told me, "Oh, we totally got this job," and had me send submittals on it and do a whole bunch of extra engineering work on it. And then I'm not kidding. At least 7 other companies called asking for a quote on this job. I'm like, if they're penny pinching to try and get a better deal here, they all got to go through me to get a price. So I'm not sure what their game is here. But I need to investigate that further next week and figure out what the heck is going on. But that's work. Work goes like work. Um, let's see. For Hoyo stuff, ZZ and Star Rail were farm weeks this week. I pre-farmed Cypher. I should have enough to at least get the cat. Probably won't have enough to get her light cone unless the Star Rail luck continues. Because Star Rail's been going pretty dang well for the last several banners. All things considered for what I've gone for. ZZZ, not pulling for Hugo. We'll probably pull for Vol's wife. We'll almost definitely get the try and get the character. Don't know about the Winjin. I'll look at how much of a value add it is when we get there. But
there's not going to be any way to compare it though.
Yeah, I know.
It will be the only premium engine for that role in the game.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. It may wind up being a necessary pull. It's ZZZ, so if I don't want to have to crack the wallet for it, but I may or may not. We'll see. What else? Genshin. So Genshin had the banner I'd been saving up for after dumping everything on Navia and running around trying to get as many funds as I could. And that I wanted to get Kokomi. I didn't need the fishwife or anything, but I wanted the fishwife.
You need her for Nilo Bloom.
That is exactly why I need the fishwife. And so I went and pre-farmed her and built up another prototype Amber, and got everything ready to go, and blew my entire load on the banner, and lost the 50-50 to Kazuha, because you can lose the 50-50 to other units on the other Inazuma characters, it turns out. And most people would be very happy about this. They would be ecstatic, in fact.
He has beaner.
Yeah, I am not. Because I don't do Spiral Abyss on the reg, I don't push it, and I don't do Imaginarium Theater. And these are the only 2 scenarios where Kazuha is useful. And he's a Nicky boy, so I'm not going to use him out in the world. So now I have this character that
What is it that makes him useful? Is it just like outrageous red shred or something?
Yeah, he's just outrageous red shred for the patch elements. It like doubles your damage for a patch team if you take Kazuha with you. And he has grouping because of the way his stuff works. So yeah, he's just a solid all-round pick for any of the swirlable elements. So most people would be ecstatic to get this because he's considered a staple character of your accounts if you push in-game. I don't care. So to me, he's a dead character that will fall in the same slot as like Xi Jinping that sits on my account at max level with like a set of gear that has maybe the right primary stat, and that's it. And he's also on the lower end of the build priority, and I just do not have the Mora to get him up after working on Kokomi, who I did finally get. However, she did not come until I spent money, and this made me grumble a little bit because I was really hoping to get lucky, but them's the breaks. So bought a big pack of the Primo gems and pulled 20 or 30 more times it got Kokomi after the lost 50-50. So about 110, 120 pulls to fish out Kokomi. And fish out, see what I did there? Ha ha ha. Not intentional at all. But yeah, so I've been working on getting her built to have her. Trying to get her HP healing bonus and as much elemental mastery as I can fit on the gear. And it's going. She's making progress. She's a fish. Doing fish things. And that's pretty much all that's happened in Genshin, really. I still have not done the current MSQ because I am holding because Venti's voice actor said that next patch a few voices should be coming back and be retroactively added to a bunch of stuff. This was further confirmed that at least she is coming back or has been in the studio recording again because Venti had a promo video come out recently and she was able to voice act for it. So Venti has his voice back. So I did not relish the idea of doing a Mondstadt quest with every single character muted and all the voices I know and am used to just not being there. So I've been holding on it for a patch or two to see if that gets fixed. This does mean I'll have both the Mondstadt quest and the Dainslift quest presumably in 5.7 to do back to back. But yeah, and I have not unlocked the new weekly boss that comes with the Mondstadt quest either. So yeah, that's where we're at with Genshin.
It's not a terribly long quest, but it is like it's loaded to the gills with little lore nuggets that are going to be important going forward. I get the feeling.
Yeah. So definitely don't. I want that experience to be as good as possible, which means just holding off and waiting on the voices. This isn't that big of a deal for me. Genshin's already a super slow burn story, so waiting a few more weeks isn't going to kill me. And I don't live on social media, so my chance of getting spoiled on it is relatively low. Unless I start looking up Genshin stuff on YouTube or something. Did I post the infographic this week or last week? Hey, check. It was on the 26th. That would make it Monday when I posted it. Right. So, I had a whole bunch of +3 to +12 artifacts that I didn't know you can mulch because there's a button that's not very obvious in the salvage window to let you mulch those things into relic remains in Star Rail.
I accidentally mulched one I wanted to keep and I never used it ever again.
So yeah, I had a bunch more just relic materials I could make. So I made well over 50, 60, 70 pairs of gloves for the Fat Pony. And just decided to crack Hyacine out. And at the end of everything, after crafting all the pieces that could be crafted aside from the rope, and rolling just over and over again to get the best headpiece and gloves I could, I got her to 205 speed with 120% crit damage and 5,100 or 5,200 HP.
The only piece that I have that's any good are the gloves. I don't have anything else that's good.
I could not get those gloves to behave. I was crafting and remulching gloves so much because
my gloves are a natural drop. That was the only natural drop that I got, but it was a natural drop.
Yeah, my rope was the good piece, which I'm glad it was because ropes and orbs are the hardest.
I crafted mine outright because I've never gotten good ropes or orbs. It just doesn't happen. I'm not sure it's possible.
Yeah. Um, Star Rail in general, because you can craft gear easier in that game, I have less of a time getting a character to workable than I do in Genshin. And in ZZZ as well, the crafting there works well enough that I can get a character to workable.
Crafted gear is like guaranteed to be bad for me. Like I don't think I've ever crafted a piece of gear and had it not immediately betray me.
Like workable for me is primary stat and one substat that rolls at least once into it, and I can usually get that with crafted. Oh, I'm getting whooped.
This is my only good piece on Hyacinth. I have no other good pieces.
Yeah, that's some good grooves. So yeah, in particular, I did this for Hyacine because number one, the vast majority of my time in Star Rail is spent farming because the in-game cycles so slowly. And the stupid little pony is the best thing to happen since sliced bread for farming. And the other reason is she has a hard cap of needing to hit 201 speed to engage a whole talent in her kit. And so you really have to push her gear if you can to get that. I do not know what her bonuses are in combat if she gets any speed boosts currently, and what that number will be just from being in combat with the teams I
It,
usually run her in.
usually I go over 200 to about like 211 or 217 or something like that when I'm in combat. But that's triggered by stuff that happens in combat. It's not at start. It's from her planet ornaments, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Let's see. The built-in Does the built-in wiki tell me, or is it gonna? Ah, here we go.
It
When your speed is 135/180, then outgoing healing goes up. No, hold on, that's not. Yeah, it increases speed by 6%. That one should be triggered out of combat. Where's the other thing she does?
Oh, it's on the Warrior Gods Sun and Thunder, the four piece.
Right, I knew it was a set of some kind. But yeah, so there is a. Okay, it's broken. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
increase.
please.
Yeah, once per turn you can get a stack and buff that increases your speed by 6% and all allies crit damage by 15%.
Unfortunately, because speed and HP are so much more important than crit damage. Crit damage for me has basically been nixed in favor of trying to scrape up enough speed from whatever bits I had lying around. But I have a funny feeling I'm going to be stuck in that domain for ages. Although, like I keep saying, because my other side is usually Break, and Break has 4 characters that all need the same gear, my instinct is to always go and farm more Iron Cavalry because you can't ever have enough Iron Cavalry. But if I farm for Hyacine instead, sure, Hyacine will get better. But then I'm also going to be accruing a mountain of gear that I don't know what it's even for.
At worst it's food for the mulch machine.
Yeah, but there's like a 1 in 10 exchange rate. And I can improve my Feixiao's gear even more if I work on whatchamacallit, Iron Cavalry, because it also drops Feixiao's set. And my Feixiao's gear is not great. My Feixiao's gear, well, my Feixiao gear individually, some of the pieces are quite good. The problem is my 93.7 out of combat crit rate, and my 91.4% crit damage.
Yeah, I don't think I'm
A
quite.
little bit lopsided.
I don't think mine's quite that bad off. My face shot could definitely use some more gear works. This apocalyptic shadow was uh fairly
Should have been a
easy.
doddle for you. This is the most this is like the most gimme for Aristeel's loadout that I've ever seen in an apocalyptic shadow.
Yeah, the right side being hard coded for fart was enough, but the other side being able to be vaporized by the 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 pony and
Aeon of
the
Veracity.
yeah it and the dragon It was just a total cakewalk. Uh, so that was just kind of a oh, it's done. Deadly Assault this week is very Hugo coded, so that was quite a bit harder to noodle together teams for. Um, but I got that done, and that's really it for the Hoyo stuff. Most of it is just waiting for the new ZZZ patch to drop and seeing if the voice actors return for the next big patch in Genshin. So uh, I do not know how this next week is going to go. It's been very chaotic the in my life the past several work days, so things could explode at any given moment, and I may or may not have time to get through the entire ZZZ 2.0 story next week. We'll have to see. It'll all depend on how much work blows up and how tired I am when I get back from work.
My
This
next week is liable to be catastrophic, uh, because on the upside, um, Monday is King's birthday, which means it's a shorter business week. On the downside, shorter business weeks mean customers start to behave in strange ways.
mm-hmm.
Like depending if they are like a customer who's super organized and does all of the work that they can ahead of a public holiday, then that usually is fine. But the thing is, today, my time, is the 1st of June and it's a Sunday, meaning that everything that is on monthly work cycle could not be done in advance of the public holiday.
Oh, so
Meaning everything is going to crash down in the remaining 4 business days of the week to come.
yeah, we had a little bit of that last week, but it wasn't the end of month exactly. We had Memorial Day last week, so Monday was off. Um,
Yeah. So basically, the public holiday has landed at the worst conceivable time, and is also going to put a lot of budget in pressure on the budget for later, because later in the month there's another public holiday, a made-up one that the Labour government implemented called Matariki, which is a astronomical uh, holiday, basically Maori New Year, that was celebrated by exactly one Maori in the country right up until Labour picked it up and implemented it. It
oh,
was
so,
some old woman in New Plymouth who still honoured the holiday, but had been forgotten by the entire rest of the nation, including all the Maori. But it got revived for diversity by the Labour government. Um, so now we've got 2 public holidays, and if you're a small business that operates on a sort of a you get lots of little bits of work on a consistent basis type of regime, losing 2 operating business days in the same month for no good reason other than the government decided they needed more diversity is not going to impress you very much.
yeah,
Um,
even if you still get that work and you're a small business, that just means you're winding up with a 10 car pileup on a day because everybody couldn't get their work to you on spread out across the 2 days that would have existed.
well, the thing is, a lot of our work will be like, depending on what the Ministry for Primary Industries requires of them. Oftentimes, it's something like you must do this sampling and send to the laboratory for every day that you are operating. And if they do not operate on a day because it's a public holiday, then they don't send us any work either.
Yeah, so
So yeah, it's just a pain in the neck to everybody, and basically nobody except for wages with no responsibilities was in favor of it. So yeah, it's a pain in the neck. But yeah, so that's happening later in the month, and this coming Saturday is Pentecost, which is the sort of like the second biggest event in the Catholic year. Most people would assume that Christmas is the second biggest, and in terms of like sort of cultural impact, Christmas is the second biggest, with Easter being the first. But in terms of liturgy, Pentecost is actually bigger in the traditional form. Um, and Pentecost is the Saturday, so a big chunk of my Saturday night is going to be consumed by that.
see. So yeah. Do not know if we'll get through the entirety of the ZZ story because next week is looking a little iffy. I'll try to do a power through on Friday afternoon and Saturday if I don't get to it during the week, and we'll see where Vol gets, and we'll talk about what we can with it.
I don't
Uh,
know if I want to do another 5:30 a.m. crash out like I did last week.
yeah,
Because I was very tired afterwards.
yeah. So let's see. What else did I do this week? Uh, on days where I was too tired to do anything, I would come home and play a little bit of DJ Maxx with Ebu. But a few days this week, I got on and got back on Grand Blue and sat my butt down and got back on the grind. And this was a lot of fun. Now, there weren't that many Galleons in multiplayer because Galleon's a grappler. She has a lot of really strong tools and good buttons, but you're playing the grappler game. And my main character is a pressure character that deals very well with grapplers. So anytime I ran into a Galleon, it wasn't a free matchup because I don't know the character very well either. But I wasn't going in without tools to deal with it.
Well, also, it's one thing to say that, but it's also that a lot of the galleons that will be circulating right now will not be grappler players. They will be people who are trying galleon.
Yeah, because Galleon is the mud mummy dragon with big thighs and other big things. Uh, so I
Is she
did.
like very? Is she like a very story significant type of character? And
I gather that the dragons are important to the overall lore, the elemental dragons, and that they're all tied to Bahamut in some way, but I don't know the specifics of it because I didn't play very deep into the actual mobile game, um, just due to the fact the mobile game is so old and the interface is so trash.
yeah, it's sort of FGO tier,
It's even
ancient.
Yeah, it's pre FGO tier. It still loads up like a web browser page. Like the game is old. So, uh, so I don't know how significant she is to the overall story of things. I do know the dragons have some importance, but I don't know specifically what that is. Just that they're tied to Bahamut. And yeah, I did play her in casuals for a while. She's interesting, and I think my first impressions are she's going to be a solid mid tier, maybe a low high tier. But she's not as busted as she doesn't give me busted Beatrix vibes because Beatrix when she came out immediately set off red flags. Like this character, like Beatrix could low profile, which means that she ducks underneath fireballs that are not grounded and ducks under high attacks. Uh, with a move that allowed her to move across almost the entire screen, and it was fast enough to barely be reactable at 16 or 18 frames, and it was safe on block. So if they blocked it, Beatrix got hurt. It was still Beatrix's turn, and the only reason she couldn't spam it is because it couldn't cancel into itself. So until they nerfed that, Beatrix was just the absolute worst to go against, and no Beatrix fight felt fair or fun. And it was just hard reading and conditioning the Beatrix into doing something stupid. Otherwise, you were just boned. Galleon, it's a grappler. You have to remember that you
Yeah,
have to jump.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody discuss a grappler being like ridiculously OP.
Yeah, she is a good grappler, and that her grabs go really far, and her tools are really strong. And the she can play a game with characters where if she goes on offense on you at the end of her combo string, you have to watch her very carefully because if she tries to go for a grab, you have to be jumping immediately. You have very little time to react to it. But and it makes it so that her pressure strings are really different because things that are normally safe, where you can keep blocking and wait for the opponent to do something that's going to open them up a bit more, you just can't do that with a grappler because they'll just grab you. You can't block a grab. Uh, her air grab has a lot of priority if you're below her hitbox, so you need to figure out ways to get above it. I played like the one character in the game that incentivizes jumping a lot with Charlotta's Demon Flip or Holy Ladder, or whatever it's called, that has a whole bunch of different heights and approaches and angles it can go at. And my other character, the sheep, also has a whole lot of command hops that they can do. So I can get around the air portion of their game pretty okay. Characters that can't maneuver in the air very well are getting bent because they don't have a whole lot of approaches they can do on the galleon, and you still have to be careful because they did give her a proper crouching heavy anti-air. In Grand Blue, for those that don't know, crouching heavy on every single character in the game, just about, aside from like Charlotta and a few other select characters, is a very hard anti-air that is going to win on any hit with an opponent in the air and cannot be blocked in the air. This is to disincentivize a very bouncy game plan. They want you to play footsies on the ground. You can still do air and jump approaches, and it catches a lot of people in higher ranks off guard when you're playing a character that can really use those tools. But once they catch on to it, they'll start just crouching seeing you out of the air. So it becomes a game of baiting them into start looking for that and then do something else instead, which builds into more of the mind game aspect. But because Galleon has both that and the fact that you can't block, you've really got to pay attention to what she's doing. But she doesn't give me the impression of anything that's just flat busted. Like, I just don't know how to deal with this, or this is just taxing my brain way too much to keep up with, or I literally can't react to this. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, well, like I said, that seems to be the case for grapplers most of the time. Like, most of the time, grapplers seem to be competing for the upper mid tier, not ever competing for the top tier.
Yeah, she does do a crap load of damage, but if you make a grappler too strong, you just make an easy mode pub stomper that's just going to dominate casual play. So you do have to be careful with them.
Yeah, I've never been very good at them though. Like, I've always liked playing grapplers, but I've never once actually meshed with one before. Like,
Yeah,
I tried playing Iron Tiger, aka we have Potemkin at home, but I was never able to get the hang of it.
no. Now take the 720 and 360 motions out, and you just have to push a direction and a button to do the grab.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that will make it more accessible because I did have a lot of trouble with those really big circular motions that take a head.
Yeah, with Grand Blue, you don't have those. Push a direction and a button, and you get a grab. She has a grounded grab that hits on the ground directly in front of her. She has an anti-air grab where she will jump up and grab you, and if you do the heavy version, it'll have a longer cooldown, but if she whiffs it, it'll throw a cluster of rocks after it to cover her retreat. And she has a air to ground grab where she dives at you with her thighs and grabs you between her legs and twists your neck off
Oh my.
in a whirling vortex of mud and spinning. This is her best way to cover ground quickly. It is incredibly safe if the opponent can't get above you. If they can, you don't ever want to do this button because you're gonna get bopped.
And it is the way most of her players hope to die.
If the guest book is any indication, yes.
The guest book is special.
Look, I went back and I committed war crimes again. So yeah. I ran into a few galleons. They weren't non-existent, but they only made up about 20-ish% of the people I matched up against. Most people were people, I presume, like me, that were just coming back to the game after taking a bit of a break. Because the population, when a new character launches, always bumps up quite a bit. And I sat down and decided I'm just going to push the rank grind on Charlotta and see. Because I had never put the game down, really. I've been keeping my current skill level mostly consistent by just playing every once in a while a little bit. But I hadn't taken a super break. So after doing some practice rounds and getting my groove up and doing that for a couple days, I jumped back into ranked. And I took the forever pure and forever racist little midget queen all the way to S++ rank. That is the second highest rank if you don't count the Grandmaster rank, which are the top 1% of the Master rank players. So only the best of the best. There's only like 10 of those per character. So that feels appropriate for how much time I put into this game. I'm not going to push it any higher, I don't think, because it's just getting higher than S. Getting to S and S plus is a ride of mastery of the general basics of the game and your own personal character. Getting to S plus plus is taking that a bit further and optimizing your use of that character and learning the general matchups for every character very well. Going above S plus plus dives into matchup knowledge that's so deep in what every single character can do that only the true FGC autists need apply. And I love the game to death, but I am not that autistic.
But you need Master Rank Raga now.
Raga did get a lot of buffs. Because I am S rank now on my highest rank character, all my other characters got drug up to S rank. So I don't get to play scrubs at all in rank matchmaking anymore.
You don't feel like you're ready for S rank Pringles Man?
Nobody's ready for an S rank Pringles Man. Nobody knows what Pringles Man does. Like, I don't know if there's a grand. All the people that have made it to master rank on Pringles Man probably are grandmasters by default because there are so few of them. But yeah, it was a fun time climbing up the ranks. I really felt like I got a handle on Charlotta. I was playing really well. I was learning how to use pressure tools right and I've gotten very good at conditioning players into doing the same thing. There's a whole lot of the mind game aspect of fighting games that I just can't get to click in other fighting games because I'm too focused on trying to get my moves to come out and do the right thing. But in Granblue, because
all I had to do was listen to you for half an hour attempting to play whatchamacallit, the King of Fighters that is not King of Fighters.
Yeah, Fatal Fury. Yeah, in technical fighters especially, it's just there's too much link work going
every
on.
Every second sentence is like, oh, it didn't come out.
Yeah, but in Granblue, it's right into the mind games as soon as you get comfortable with your character because the inputs are so simple, they become muscle memory super fast. You know exactly what you want to do, and the question of how to execute or focusing on the actual execution is just moot.
Well, the execution, I think, it's an artifact of the days where it was a physical arcade cabinet more than anything else.
Yeah, and Granblue just has this figured out, and I think every fighting game should adopt this system because it's much more fun for me to go into a match with Charlotta, and I'm not thinking, okay, I want to execute this particular combo, so I'm going to try and set it. No, I'm thinking, what's the opponent going to do, and how am I going to react to it, and what am I going to try and use? How am I going to play to get them to react to stuff? Do I want to try a whole bunch of air demon flips to make them think I'm going to go up in the air a lot? Do I want to stay on the ground and surprise them with a demon flip later? Do I want to back them into the corner after and make sure I'm doing whenever I go up in the air, I'm actually attacking so that they block, and then surprise them with her command grab in the air when I get them low? Like, these are the decisions I'm making and how I'm going to condition my opponent into doing what I want them to do as a character that specializes in putting pressure on the opponent. Like, I can't do that in other fighting games because I can't get past the input.
Yeah, I sort of have a vague idea what you mean, despite not being a fighting game player. Because like I remember like one of in whatchamacallit, Continuum Shift or Calamity Trigger, whichever one was the second one. The one of Hazama's most effective tools was his ability to simply grab somebody out of the air who was jumping from mid-range from neutral stance and go straight into a grab from there, despite the fact you were miles away. The problem was, for me, reliably getting that command to come out when I needed it was a real battle. I had to spend like half an hour just repeating that move over and over again to get it reliable.
Yeah, whereas in Granblue, I know exactly the level of Dragon Punch I want to use if somebody jumps at me on Charlotta, and it comes out immediately. I can look at the angle they're approaching, see where they're at on screen, and know which button is the correct one to hit. And it's just skill button and light, medium, or heavy. Like if I'm playing Anila and somebody's jumping at me, I know it's just crouch and heavy. I can do any made up combo on the fly and know what moves will link together without having to think about it wherever I am on screen. If I want them to carry across the screen, okay, medium, medium, heavy sheep, dash, heavy, heavy kick, or dash heavy attack because they'll do her little pogo stick, and then I can get on my sheep and right into them, and it just is seeing where they're at, flopping around in the air in the combo, and I can keep it going forever. They're throwing fireballs at me. Oh, I can just get the appropriate level of sheep to come out. I can properly space all the special moves because I don't have to worry about inputs getting fudged. It's so much better. And I don't know why more fighting games don't do it. And it's really hard to emphasize to people that haven't tried to get into fighting games before. As I understand why the old hats want to keep their old control scheme, but the fact of the matter is, when they're sitting there discussing fighting games, they're talking about all these deep level mind games and the actual competitive nature of the game and the decision making process. But to get to that point, you have to get whatever game you're playing into muscle memory for all the moves you want at any given time. And you cannot get that with the majority of people with a traditional control scheme. It's just not going to happen. That control scheme is too convoluted and it takes hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, like almost 1,000+ hours of practice to get yourself to a point where you can do a dragon punch and a fireball motion, or God forbid a 360 or 720 or some wacky star motion on command and have the move consistently come out. Like, it is just so much easier to get most of the player base onto the mind game level if you just allow a control scheme like Grand Blues. I don't have to sit here and worry about if I've charged down long enough to get Charlotta's thing to come out. I can just press the button. I can just do the buzzsaw. I can just do the spinning dragon punch. I can just do the demon flip. And while I'm mid-air, I don't have to worry about doing an extra input for which type of descent I want to do. Or if I want to do the command grab, I just push light, medium, or heavy at the peak of the jump. And it'll do the appropriate command input for me. And this means the entire time I'm pushing buttons, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm conditioning this guy to block a certain way and do a certain thing, or I'm trying to see if he can respond to certain things that I do. And I'm going to keep pushing and pushing and figure out new approaches and different ways to do stuff. And I'm making decisions about when to change my game plan and recognizing what he's doing and what I need to adjust in my game plan. This is the stuff going through my head when I'm playing Grand Blue. When I'm playing other fighting games, it's like, okay, teleport didn't come out. No, fireball didn't come out. No, the DP didn't come out. And it's a very frustrating experience because none of that is very deep gameplay decisions that you really are trying to build to with fighting games. That the fun comes when you get to the level I'm playing at with Charlotta right now, which is significantly faster to get to and start getting pieces of in Grand Blue because you don't have to go through the rigmarole of learning the stupid control scheme. Stuff you want to happen just happens. And the question is just, how does this interact with everything else in the game? Does it clash? Does it have some wacky interaction in certain scenarios? Or is this going to put me at an advantage or a disadvantage against this character? And you just don't have to worry about, is it going to even come out? And you also don't have to worry about, did I do the input fast enough? Because pushing 2 buttons is easy enough to buffer that it's going to come out on frame 1 if you want it to. So yeah, that's just my shill for why every single fighting game needs to adopt the Grand Blue control scheme, because it makes them significantly more fun, and I would play way, way more fighting games, even more, if they all had that control scheme available. But alas, we live in a world that is not sane, and the people that make fighting games don't want money.
You know, the thing is that they think it's better to they like it's not like Arc System Works is good about this. Like they thought that the way to involve more people in the fighting game hobby was to wokeify Guilty Gear.
Yeah, no. Ain't gonna work. And their localization team has not been nice to Grand Blue either. If you've been looking at thinking about trying versus Rising, and it is a good fighting game to get your teeth cut on, but unfortunately the game is getting quite old now. It still has its population, but it's that plateaued fighting game population of one that's not approaching dead, but definitely ain't growing. I mean, it is.
But also the average skill level is going to rapidly recede away from you.
Yeah, you're going to have a pretty big dearth of. Grand Blue has one little. It's not a very big cushion on that, but it's like landed on a deflated mattress instead of directly on the concrete. And that there are the free to play grands out there that always seem to exist in the matchmaking queues because the game is free to play technically if you just like playing Gran a lot. It's definitely a game that's going to get that is aged at this point. The game has, I won't say it's been solved because new characters are coming out all the time. Matera, who used to have her own dang tier, people consider her so bad, is now considered the most busted character in the game. I'm not even kidding. And the people that picked her up and actually learned how to play the Turbo Thought are kicking butt with her. I got one game away from hitting S++ on Charlotta and was on a crazy win streak. And I came up against a guy that was playing Matera that had this for his profile card. Now, if you're a Charlotta in matchmaking, one win away from ranking up, and you see that, you tell me what your response is going to be. Because I sure as heck didn't know how to respond to that, but I felt very intimidated. And I lost.
My.
And I lost that match. But a few more rounds, a few more wins. I got my group back and broke through and got to S++. They've changed the way ranked works now to be just a flat point system instead of the stupid diamond system. It still means you need to win about the same as you used to. It's just more forgiving if somebody way higher ranked than you shows up and pummels your face in. Because it doesn't deduct. It's not a flat, the flat diamond system they used before, where you would lose or you could only win or lose whole or half diamonds. Now you got now you have proper points that can be adjusted based on the level of the person you're fighting. So they get less points for beating you up if you're lower rank, and you lose less for losing to them. So in theory, that'll help smooth it out a little bit. But the fact of the matter is, the population of the game is starting to dip just because it's an old game. It happens to all fighting games. They all have their day in the limelight. Grand Blue is popular casually, but I don't think it's made a big enough impact to have more people consider adopting this control scheme, unfortunately. But it just works. And I hope that in future we rediscover what Grand Blue has already figured out and implement it in more games. Because it just makes things so much more fun to play. Because you just skip to the actual fun part of the game. So that was Grand Blue. DJ Max is really nothing to talk about. It's just Muzak. That's pretty much all I did for my week. I don't think there was anything else. I have not checked any Monster Hunter news. When they announced Akuma, my interest for any news went in the toilet, and I just cut it out of my feed because I was not interested anymore.
Uma. Just not the most exciting character ever. I can't say that I was terribly enthralled at the prospect of Akuma.
Yeah, I did the unlock quest for him while on the show just now. It was a super gimmick Monster Hunter
I
quest.
haven't done it.
Yeah, people.
Supposedly that it's actually very usable. And it takes fighting game inputs as well as the item.
Oh, I see.
There's a whole bunch of charts online about how to execute it without using the item.
So yeah, I goofed around with it during the show and was mostly focused on doing the show and not that. So I was just kind of mashing my way through it. But
So Yeah, there are people who are excited about that, but most of the discussion centers around the new Apexes. So the Apexes all been bumped up a rank, and apparently they are starting to take people to the cleaners.
Yeah, it's about time. We were originally going to try and find one during the show, but we've been having shoes with the game when we first got on, so we couldn't look for anything
Yeah,
before the
I'm
show.
I'm still juddering around and not doing too well. I've got a couple of them. Like I've got a 4-star version of 8-star tempered Uthduna, and I've got a 5-star version of tempered Raydao. But I don't have any Gormagalas, and everybody says Gormagala is the real showstopper.
Yeah, I've been flipping my map up to check, but I have not seen one. But yeah, it's the game has been in desperate need of a monster class like that. It I've waxed poetic about how I've been disappointed with the in game of Wilds and its lack of challenge out the gate, just because it doesn't. The wound system especially just made decision making very trivial and actual
Yeah,
mechanical
I think it
skill.
all boils down to that in the end. It all boils down to the fact that you don't, with the wound system, once you're good at hitting the same spot enough times to get wounds, you can just remove monsters' ability to move. Like
Yeah,
you can just stun block them, which has never been a thing before. Like there, some really good players were able to, pull off the topples when they needed them, but not like just topple and then flinch and then topple and then flinch and then topple and then flinch until the monster is dead.
yeah, but I mean,
I,
it's
I feel like damage is also generally higher in this game, and the because of the wounds, of course, adds a multiplier to damage. Plus, I feel like base damage is somewhat higher, um, and the monster health is not kept up.
yeah,
But again, people are saying that the fights are significantly rougher. And I've seen people saying that now they capture Tempered Gormagala simply because they don't want to take the risk of the fight going on another 20% because they might screw up and it'll be over.
yeah, and that's good. Gore is not one of my favorite monsters to fight as a dual blade user because I spend the whole fight chasing after him.
Well, supposedly it's applicable to all of the apexes in varying degrees relative to the order that you meet them in the game. Probably Jindahar's probably an exception because he's a siege fight. Who even knows how that plays out? But Gormagala, I think, stands out because he's the last one that you meet of that tier of power,
Yeah,
and so he's got the biggest buffs.
yeah, so he's gonna have one shot potential and wind resistance will make it even harder to catch the cracked out dragon.
Yeah, supposedly the others have all gotten noticeably tougher as well. Uthduna, for instance, is sort of like now starting. It starts at the level of sort of like a slower but more robust version of tempered Mizutsune. Like that's where you start, and sequentially they are more powerful up from there.
Let's see. So yeah,
So yeah, whether or not they can one shot you, I don't know. But in terms of like their ability to draw out a fight and force you into corners, supposedly it's a great deal worse. I mean, in terms of they're a great deal nastier.
yeah. So I'll be interested to try a few of them. Vol might want to. I don't know if we want to try one now until Vol can fix the stuttery. That might.
Yeah, there's a bug that causes it to recompile the shaders while you're in game, and my CPU is not exactly ninja, so it's having some shoes. I think it's nearly done because like some of the earlier areas of the game have smoothed out and so on. Like I can wander around the plains now with an awful lot of pop up, but not like frame drops left and right.
Yeah, I was getting hard game freezes. So I went ahead and did the full recompile. You tried to do the recompile, but ran into
It wouldn't let me. I've got some kind of permissions issue
yeah. You're gonna
with
have to
altering my settings on my graphics card.
yeah, you're gonna have to figure out how to run control panel as administrator or something wacky. So So yeah, uh, we'll explore that as we get there. Um, let's see here. We have an email, so since that will require eyeballs away from the screen, and before we decide to do anything in the game, why don't you go ahead and do the reading for that? We'll do the email and then go to a break.
All right. Let's see. Where are we at anyway? I need to move over to another monitor. Here we go. Dear No Excuses. That face when one of your colleagues turns out to also be playing the Hoyo Gacha trifecta and you spend 12 hours discussing strategy, story mechanics, and pull plans. But he also mentioned that he no longer plays retail WoW, instead playing on the Ascension private server, so I decided to give it a shot. And now I know where Season of Discovery got all their ideas. The main feature of Ascension is classless characters. You can mix and match any class skill or passive and put points in whatever talent tree you want, along with a bunch of glyphs that enhance or change skill or even add new functionality. The game offers a whole lot of pre-made classes. The one I'm currently using is a mix of rogue and warlock. That and a lot of other features like the Mana Storm dungeons, roguelite single boss runs of all kinds of locations. Apparently, there are new dungeons and locations too, but I haven't really seen any of those yet. There is a slight bit of schizo feel to the game with all the new stuff mixing in with the decidedly vanilla quests and locations. As for Doom, yeah, it seems to be a miss. While I'm not disappointed, I'm not blown away. I wasn't blown away by Eternal either. Seems the only truly Doom game was Doom 16, the true boom shoot with large open semi-non-linear levels, classic combat and not too many new features. Eternal was a first-person DMC where you juggled weapons and abilities in very, very linear levels that had exactly three types of locations. Arena that you get locked in and fight multiple waves, corridors with a few enemy encounters linking arenas, or platforming sections. And Dark Ages, well, for one, they said you are going to be a tank in this one. They weren't lying. Uh, you can ram into enemies with the shield. Any fall does pretty big AoE stomp, and most of the heavy lifting is done by the shield. First person Sekiro seems like a strange idea. Having to dash into attacks to parry them feels strange, and practically any green attack can be nullified with a parry. The mech and dragon sections feel like a gimmicky afterthought. While flying around on a dragon with laser wings feels cool and the mech literally tramples everything smaller than itself, both sections of combat rely on dodging an enemy attack to empower yours. It got repetitive really fast. The levels themselves are mostly linear with a bit more open than Eternal with a few exceptions that are large open worlds where you can tackle objectives in any order you want. Not that such non-linearity adds much to the game. All in all, the game is alright. The music is mid, and the whole feel of ripping and tearing is still there, but it's a lot more subdued compared to 16 and Eternal. The one bit I would mention is, however, the technical side of things. The new IdTech 8 engine runs smooth as butter. The load times are practically zero, the graphics look great, and I haven't experienced any bugs. Also, I got the game off a CD key site for $60 instead of €80, around 30% cheaper in my currency, so it didn't hurt as much. This is the part where I would have written about my Hoyo things, but the email is long enough. Next week, Casterus and Space Barbara just deleted everything. Serathis.
They do that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I see the WoW Ascension ads on the Twitter all the time, and they're all as a marketing campaign. It's quite well conceived, and I'm sort of astonished that they've been allowed to get away with it, since they're flagrantly doing something they're not supposed to.
I
But
think
they've got like a full scale marketing campaign.
it's probably just because Blizzard's so tied up right now. They've got less hands on deck and more pressure on them to focus on their own stuff that they don't have time to get their legal department mobilized and go after people. They can't afford to hack off the players anymore. So they're probably hesitant to go after them. I don't doubt if they manage to get their feet back under them, they'll go after them in good time. But especially since they're advertising publicly, they almost certainly know about them.
Yeah, I mean, it's from all accounts, it's not a very cohesive game as far as the private server is concerned, but it's also like just a showcase of the fact that Blizzard are dead in the water as far as ideas are concerned compared to the people who are just ripping off their stuff.
Yeah. People can take their old crap and retool it and be more creative than Blizzard can be when they have everything there to just make new stuff if they wanted.
The only thing I can say in Blizzard's defense, really, is that they probably are just completely straitjacketed by the C-suite.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there are people there who still have good ideas and aren't just drones that stamp out the things that are being requested from the top, they won't be able to implement them. They simply won't have that latitude.
Yeah. What was it that the guy that made Clear Obscure said? To make this game, it would have taken 15 years of bureaucratic paperwork before we even got the approval to get started.
Yeah, it's that particular model for games development is pretty much moribund and is only really capable of producing things like the new Assassin's Creed and crap like that. That everybody's like they're only interested in it as a lolcow and pretty much nothing else.
Yeah, it's I got a 5-star Gormagala, by the way. I saved it as an investigation.
Cool.
But yeah, I don't have a whole lot of faith in Blizzard to be able to right their ship. I just, in general, don't have faith in the AAA Western gaming apparatus. It's proven that that the model they use to make those games at this point is more likely than not to fall flat on its face and be totally creatively bankrupt. Like, it just does not foster an environment that allows the creative minds to really push new novel ideas out. It doesn't foster an environment that allows the people that want to refine the systems that currently exist to really focus on coherent vision. It doesn't allow things to be done quickly, no matter what side of the coin you fall on, because of all the bureaucratic nonsense that goes into it and how much you have to pitch everything to money people. Like, it just it's not a recipe for an outstanding product.
It does foster an environment where people steal breast milk out of the fridge.
I think that's more California than the AAA gaming environment, but yeah,
It is definitely a thing that happened in the AAA gaming environment.
it is. I have my suspicions though that has to do with the culture of California and other places infected by California than it does specifically with the gaming environment. Yeah, I really want to see the rise of more AA publishers like the Baguettes and and not publishers but developers that keep a modest sized team without too much bureaucratic nonsense and just try to push out new creative fun ideas because we just need to
Well,
reset
I mean,
on this kind of stuff.
so long as that's what they do, but I mean, if you look at what often happens is that they get one smash hit and it goes straight to their heads,
Yeah,
and then they start, you know, oh, this is my opportunity to peddle a bunch of woke crap because I'm suddenly influential. Is immediately what happens afterwards.
yeah, that or they
The,
get
the, the ideological capture is still there.
yeah, like I don't have I would be worried about Claire Obscure 2, for instance, if they decide to do another one or another game by that studio being just filled to the brim with that garbage. But I'll just be happy with what we got for now. And that's basically all you're going to get from the AAA publishers anyway. So at least with the double A's, you got a shot. There's a chance it won't be total garbo, at least for the first one or two games. So so yeah, there's that. Doom Dark Ages. I'm not sure I'd say Rip and Tear is still there from the little bit that I played.
Speed
Very
lines.
yes,
Speed lines are there.
yeah, speed lines are there. He did show me a video that shows how to turn them off. It is buried in the options menu somewhere. Uh, but yeah, that's a thing. Uh, also, I the rip and tear part was just not there when I was playing the like when an enemy entered a critical state like from 2016 or Eternal. It was like push the melee button, do the execute. Okay, and it was just a stock melee punch every single time. There was no ripping and tearing happening. and the ripping and tearing otherwise was more like hopping and bonking. Because he is right, that shield is busted. I can tell you that out the gate. When I loaded that game up for the brief amount of time I played it on the second hardest difficulty available, and that stupid thing one shot everything.
This is wounds though, right? Like they put their new gimmick in the new edition, and because they want everybody to participate, they just make it dominate everything else.
Yeah, and I hesitate to call what it does parrying, because what actually happens is the enemies will shoot a barrage of projectiles at you, and if one of them is green, you can charge into it, and it'll reflect it back. And the stupid shield charge does so much honking damage by itself, even without reflecting anything, that it's just gonna stun lock or one shot everything that gets hit by the stupid thing. Like, this ain't
Like
Doom.
basically nothing about that sounds like Doom
Oh,
to me.
yeah,
Like
that was the impression I
Do-
got.
I spent a lot of time playing Doom when I was a kid, and it does not involve any of that.
No, I remember. I remember 2016 captured it really well. You know you run in full speed all the times, circle strafing around enemies and just shooting hordes and hordes of demons room to room, and bouncing around non-linear levels and just having a good old Doom old time. Eternal didn't like a whole lot of the more systematized changes they made to it. Things like needing to use the chainsaw to get ammo back and melee kills giving you chainsaw ammo back and stuff like that. Didn't wasn't a big fan of that, but it still felt like Doom. There was still shooting and running and gunning and many demons dead and room to room and stuff to do that felt like Doom. This does not feel like Doom.
Yeah, I haven't I haven't played the 2016 Doom. I haven't played um Doom Eternal either. The main reason I'm just not that interested in the new Doom is simply because at this stage, a decade on, people are still saying that Doom 16 was the best one, and I haven't played it yet. So obviously, I'm going to start there. And if it's all downhill from there, well, why bother with the other ones?
I think you can play Doom 16 in isolation if you can get it on the cheap and just call it done after that one. I do think Doom 16 is just a good grand old shooter time. I would not pay full price for it. I don't know what they're asking for these days, but it's definitely worth a scoop on a sale.
Yeah, I just never got round to it. That's all. It's not because I lacked the money to play it. It's like it has been the mechanism by which my interest in the other Dooms has been diffused because it's not like it's going from strength to strength. It's just, oh well, it was the old one was better. So yeah, don't worry, don't worry about it. If you haven't played the old one, just play 2016 first, and
Yeah,
then that's it. Like you need to. You need to convince me that I was just going to get better and better, not that you've already peaked.
yeah, no. You wait for 16 to go on sale and then buy it in isolation. Oh, the Diva's here. Oh no, she's not. She finished singing.
I'm still wandering around the tar pits,
Oh,
looking
looking.
for wherever it is that I'm supposed to go without paying too much attention.
Oh, it's in area 11 is the one I couldn't find. But yeah. So, I don't even know if I would call what you do in the little bit I played parrying. I certainly was not a fan of the little bit of gameplay that I played or the shield's influence on shooting stuff. Um, and as in you don't need to shoot anything because you have a shield. Um, and I was not a fan of the way they presented it with the speed lines and all that going on with the interface. So I am more than happy to put that one on the shelf, and maybe if it goes on deep discount, I will scoop it again and play it. I ain't paying full price for that garbage.
It'll eventually go on deep discount. They always do.
Yeah,
It's not one of those ones that sits eternally at not quite. not
Get
quite ready to go on sale.
give it 9 to 16 months, and I can get it for more than half off. So yeah, I don't have much to add in regards to the WoW Ascension stuff. I just have been totally checked out of what WoW's been doing lately. Um,
Yeah, I'm not surprised that World of Warcraft going to its competitors to steal ideas. Who'd have thunk it? It's just a little bit ironic that it's stealing its ideas from a competitor who is literally ripping their game off
yeah,
and
like
illegally running a server.
we're stealing ideas from the guys that are just running our game, but doing it slightly different. So yeah, uh, and yeah, and yes, the fat pony and the fat dragon are are monstrous little boogers that'll probably keep the in-game doable in easy mode some weeks for quite a while to come. Like that
Yeah,
stupid the stupid pony does so much
I,
damage.
I, yeah. People said the same thing about Lingsha when she came out though. That she was gonna distort the gameplay because she's a support who does so much damage, sustain who does so much damage. And I mean, well, what she did was she changed what sustains are for, really, and she's still effective. Like, I wouldn't try and run Hyacinth in a break team instead just for the damage because it's not going to perform as well. Um, in a situation where healing and HP are not so strongly indicated, Hyacinth will lose a lot of her power.
Yeah,
So I don't think that this is actually natively going to degrade the game as a whole. This is not the same sort of level of gameplay degeneration as something like the implementing the idea of account wide passives. Now, on the note of account wide passives, I finally triggered it a few times because I was trying to do some fringe bullshit in Apocalyptic Shadow using jank teams just to see what would happen, and so I did uh, get some characters knocked out. What I did notice almost immediately though was that Castorus's account wide passive, while I still disagree with the account wide passive on philosophical terms, it was never enough to save anything. If you can lose a character, you will lose that character again. End of story. It
yeah,
doesn't actually make any difference in the long run. Maybe if you're planning to run sustainless and you're on the absolute bleeding edge of being able to do sustainless, then it might make the difference. Maybe in a run once in a blue moon, but by and large, it's not going to make any difference. Like you, the approach has been to disincentivize sustainless by making sustains good. Like, let's say you can run Castor sustainless. Are you going to take Hyacinth out of your team for that?
no, the fat pony's too fat.
No, no, because you need Sunshine Rainbow Fat Pony. There's no two ways about it. You're not going to try and run sustainless. You're sacrificing have the Aeon of Veracity on your side. No, thank you.
Uh,
Same with Lingsha. Like, Lingsha does follow up and break damage, and not a small amount either. Turn over turn over turn over turn, and applies debuffs that improve your other break character's performance while she's at it. In addition to keeping your team standing, like, the only reason that people run breaks sustainless is if they are not using Remembrance Trailblazer somewhere, and so they can jam Harmony in there and hopefully, just hopefully, be able to eke it out.
yeah,
Especially if they're running a very effective self-sustaining character like Firefly.
the
But
the the most potential I saw for that passive were for accounts in the position I was up at last time Cocolia was a boss. Where you still have 4 stars and you just need to make it past the first turn to get an attempt off the ground. And sometimes Cocolia just says no. If
yeah, well, I
you're
mean, even in that situation, like, I did run into that. Remember, with the story boss for the most recent patch, where it would just kill an Axa the first turn every time, and then Castorus would raise it, but then it would just get killed immediately again. There was nothing I could do about it.
should have brought
I
Byleth.
still don't know what that was about. I don't know what that was all about because in the highest difficulty of the farming mode, the boss does about 1/3 of the damage that he does in the first turn of the story mode version. because
Yeah.
I tried it. I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah,
That
they're
said, they do really crank that boss in the story mode because they intend for it to kill you at one point during the fight for story purposes.
yeah, because they need to have Barbara, and come in and fix it.
Barbara. But yeah, it's I'm more interested at this point in what they are planning to do to make preservation work again, because the last preservation was was Aventurine, and Aventurine kind of ruined survival as a factor. Like, if you're using a healer sustain, occasionally things will go pear-shaped and somebody will still die, but Aventurine sort of makes that not possible.
Yeah, even if you run him full damage, like that shield, just the base numbers on it are big enough. You probably ain't got to worry about anything.
Yeah, well, anyway, there's one more preservation character scheduled for the whatchamacallit, the 3.x cycle, that's already laid down in the files as this is a slot that is going to be filled by a preservation character. We don't know anything about it. In terms of mechanics, it's totally a black box, and I don't know what they can possibly do. I feel like going forward, shielding is pretty much the only thing that they can use of the current mechanics that are in the game, and that's simply because it's simply based on the fact that they have aggressively contraindicated Fushun's mechanics, and everybody else who is a preservation character uses shields except for Fushun.
Yeah,
Although in some cases it's, preservation trailblazer. If there's I think that they should put preservation trailblazer on the shortlist for buffs. I know that they can't make any money off of it, but it's just a little bit sad that Story Stell has the Amber Lord's Lance as her go-to melee weapon that she uses in pretty much every fight scene that she's in.
the serious ones anyway. When all the non-serious ones use the baseball bat.
Yeah, but you literally can't use it. Like, it is so far outscaled compared to everything else, much like the baseball bat is. I think that they could afford to, because they were ultra conservative with the design for Preservation Trailblazer. She's a sort of a halfway house between destruction and preservation, in the sense that in low end fights you can use her as a soul sustain, but generally speaking you can't. Her main strength was the fact that you could build her as a bruiser. For back in the day where dying happened on the regular, and one preservation or abundance character was not always enough to keep you standing. Occasionally you needed to have a second and run double sustain, and still preservation was the best option because she didn't sacrifice nearly as much damage as a real, quote unquote, real preservation or abundance character. Now that paradigm is no longer in place, there is literally no place in the game for the preservation trailblazer. And let's not even get started on Destruction Trailblazer. Although I feel like Destruction Trailblazer is likely to get revisited for story reasons. It's technically seems reasonable, since you sort of fall into that role on your first encounter with Nanook, and Nanook is definitely somebody who's going to be relevant in the end game, if not sooner, because it's hard to not notice the fact that Nanook has golden blood. But yeah, I don't know where they're going to go with preservation, because it seems like they kind of painted themselves into a corner by making Aventurine a be all end all this early on in the game.
Yeah, it just the fact that he is also the Numby engine, because the thing that makes the premium follow-up attack team premium follow-up attack team is Numby, because Numby attacks so dang much. But you know who makes Numby attack more than anybody else in the game? Aventurine. And you know who also gives the entire team a shield every time he makes Numby attack more? Adventuring. And you know who gets juiced to attack even more while giving everybody a shield and juicing Numby? Adventuring.
Yeah, like the only way that you can really supersede Aventurine is if you made Aventurine except he does more damage.
Like Numby is the crucial part in that apparatus that makes the whole thing go, but Adventuring is the engine that makes Numby go at all. That's such an interlocked team that those two characters just feed off of each other to an insane degree.
Well, that's why it's still premium, even though Topaz is an ancient character.
That
But
that's Stonktrotter putting in his work until they power creeped him with Herda, which I'm still salty about.
Stonktrotter can't have everything.
Yes, he can. He deserves everything. The hardest working Trotter in the verse.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they go with the design plan for that. I expect there's probably going to be a few more Remembrance characters coming down the pipeline, simply because that's the theme right now.
Yeah.
Though how it all fits together is unclear. There's probably based on previous patterns, there's probably going to be another either Harmony support or Remembrance aping Harmony support coming out, I would say. Though sort of hard to tell how things are going. It would make since Hazelin's alpha kits have all been dot focused, it would make sense for her to be Nihility. But the fact that they put Cypher in Nihility, even though most of the time she acts more like a hunt character, is kind of interesting. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see how it all shapes up.
I'm supporting that Acheron engine as long as we can.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how Finon will shake down in the end, because there are some major design problems with his design, but they're the sort of the design problems which you kind of want to be there to prevent him being a god. In that, like, he's basically got the same problem as the same problems as Firefly, in that she's incredibly powerful but straitjacketed to act in a particular way. All of her power comes within fixed windows, and you can't really expand those windows very much. Like, it is not feasible to get enough speed on Firefly to make her go from a base of 4 cycles per burst phase to 5. It is not really feasible. I don't think that there's a way to do it without, running a jank Sunday team, which would result in costing you damage elsewhere, since you can't crit with break damage. Like, it's just not really reasonable. So yeah, and there's other sort of things in there as well that show the similarities. Like, for instance, Firefly basically doesn't do energy regen. It's not part of the way she operates. In a sense, she has an energy bar, and it works the same way as everybody else's energy bar. However, when she's in her burst phase, the amount of energy she can regenerate is incredibly trivial. And when she's outside of her burst phase, she regenerates it in enormous chunks per move. Like, if she gets 2 cycles where she doesn't get energy from any other source, that's usually enough to charge her up to full or very close to it. So that's just sort of the way in which she operates. It's it's all power to the front guns when she's bursting, but it's always going to result in the same damage output. Pretty much, there's not really any way to flex with the circumstances. So she's a very rigid character, much more rigid than Boot Hill or Rapper, which is sort of why Rapper outscales her in a lot of cases, even with the target count sufficient for justifying Firefly. Sometimes it's also sufficient for justifying Rapper, simply because Rapper's mechanics flex more with the environment, because she uses her stat layout more cleanly. Like, she still has, like all break characters, she operates with speed breakpoints, in that you've got to get your cycles to land just right, so that you don't end up losing too much damage to weird speed timing, but you don't need to tune as rigidly as you do for Firefly, where every speed point above 150 is basically a wasted stat point sort of thing. As she doesn't suffer from that, and she gets more benefit from attack. She gets many more opportunities to be used creatively. She's basically a more flexible version of it. In exchange for, does not have the raw brute power that the characters like Phynon and Firefly have. Like, Phynon's stance ultimate enables him to install weakness as well, just like Firefly's. So, in exchange for being able to turn themselves into a living god temporarily, they basically can't move outside their boundaries. So, while Phynon on paper seems like a reality distorting, overpowered monster, and maybe on launch day he will be, he's unlikely to stay in that position. Like, Firefly has a very solid damage ceiling. I still use her to this day because she's got a very solid damage ceiling, but she's sort of starting to brush up against the outer limits of that, which is why I said it today in Apocalyptic Shadow. She's not performing on the level of Boot Hill, even though Boot Hill can avoid it. Doesn't even though Boot Hill is like a single target restricted, and it's a 3-target second sight on Apocalyptic Shadow, which sounds like it suits Firefly better. Boot Hill has better bonuses in that current cycle, and he has a better ability to flex with the situation.
Yeah,
So
and you're incentivized to pop one target at a time, and that 3 targets.
yeah, although Firefly doesn't need to, because Firefly can just say, no, I'm going to install weakness on the middle target now, thanks. And most break teams are running like minimum 50% fire type. That's just the way break rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you've got Fugue anyway. If you're still running Harmony Trailblazer, I'm not sure what you're doing on the first side. Presumably you're swapping Remembrance Trailblazer for Sunday. Not really sure. I haven't tried that yet, actually. I might try that just to see how it works.
What did I run? I ran. In a sec.
You ran Hyacinth, Castorist, Sunday, and Remembrance Trailblazer.
Yeah, so I used both Remembrance Trailblazer and Sunday on the first side.
Yeah, but I've got Tribby in there instead of Sunday, so I'm wondering what would happen if I put Sunday and Tribby in there alongside Hyacinth and Castorist.
Yeah. It would be a few less action advantages on Castorus, but Castorus wouldn't.
Well, Sunday's got pretty solid mastery of action advance himself, to be honest.
Yeah, but you would get all the bonuses Tribby
You,
gives with Res Pin and the max HP stuff.
Can you action advance the dragon specifically rather than Castorus?
Uh,
Although while the dragon is out, Castorus tends to hit harder than the dragon does.
yeah, generally I only use because Sunday action advances both of them.
Oh, so they both get advance. Okay.
Yeah, because you use it on Castorus, Castorus will get a turn, and the dragon gets to go.
Right. So basically, your action advance will be bolted to Sunday's turns as opposed to the out of turn cycle alt. That's usually what's going to end up triggering it most of the time for Remembrance Trailblazer.
Yeah. Actually, whenever I borrow your Tribby and and slot her in on this team in place of Sunday, your Tribby actually gets the action advance from Mim. Because otherwise she won't get a turn to set up her res pin.
I guess that's also the case. Yeah, I don't usually use that res pen in farming stages. It usually turns out not to be necessary.
I just like to see how big we can push the dumb ponies numbers.
Yeah, I don't usually run that team for farming, so it's not something that comes up most of the time. Tribby is basically a battery for Herta in farming teams. The Herta does most of the damage, even off type. A sort of an empowered skill from the Herta is going to do like 3/4 of the elite enemy's health off type when the enemy has resistance from the Herta. If Tribby's on the field to garnish it.
Yeah,
But,
Fat Fudge just commences gravitational disintegration for me now.
Yeah, I do use him. I used to use Lingsha with that team, but since the only thing that Lingsha does to benefit the Herta team is hit target, and that contributes to energy gen. I mean, Fatty McFadison can do that as well, and typically more often. um, won't have the sort of the break burst phases that Lingsha can pull off, but you aren't looking for that in farming anyway. You're looking for consistency wave over wave. So it
Mhm.
generally works better to use fatness.
And he is always hungry.
Yes, like I said in the Discord channel, the Eco Slander will continue until my relic drops improve.
Yeah, I don't think the fat eco jokes will ever stop being funny. It's just a funny fat pony. The uh, the other thing, you can contract Ika. I think it was a quirk of controller targeting because I had Castorisa's Dragon out last time.
Well, something that big tends to make targeting a little bit derpy.
Yeah, yeah, the fat pony is very fat. I know you were talking about the dragon, but so you can contract the fat pony. Not a whole lot of reason to because the whole wave's going to die anyway. But maybe if they release a relic note or something where the first wave can survive the fat pony doing fat pony things, maybe you just want to take that first turn with Jaden and put the contract on the fat pony because Hyacine is actually fast enough to outspeed Jade's special start fast. 200,
Mm,
200 and whatever plus speed that Space Barbara's got somehow makes her move before Jade.
well, I mean, Jade just has a speed boost. She doesn't have an actual start first.
Yeah, it's just
Like she's got the same model that Ranmei has. I think Ranmei's got the same thing.
yeah, I'm just so used to Jade always going first. I've never had a character anywhere close to being able to go faster than her first. I've hosted the Sunshine Rainbow White Pony Space Barbara edition in live show chat for those that have not seen it. You will see why we laugh at this video after you watch it, or laugh at this song after you listen to it. If you don't know already,
But I don't need it stuck in my head for another week.
this is the Hyacine version, Space Barbara.
People are absolutely giddy over her theme song. Like I think there's a pitched battle online over whether Pro or Hope is a Thing with Feathers is the better song. Poor old Wildfire has been left out in the cold, no pun intended, at this point.
Well, I mean, Space Barbara does pull it off pretty good. I mean, Robin's got the choo choo train and it is excellent use of props, but Space Barbara just has a fat pony, and she's able to pull off that whole scene with her theme song.
Well, the Barbara of Space is not an aspiring pop idol. Apparently, that whole thing was Alice's idea. Like she was the one who gained access to the Idol magazine that she then gave to Barbara because she was attempting to go and create a Teyvat Idol unit, and I don't know who else was in it other than she attempted multiple times and was rebuffed multiple times to recruit Ayaka for her Idol unit.
I see.
So Barbara and Ayaka are the only prospective members we know about, I think.
Okay, all you need is Barbara.
You can't have an Idol unit of one.
Sure, you can. We just need to find the Ika of Genshin, and have Ika be the other member. Have an idol unit of 2.
Did you see the in the whatchamacallit, the preview of Yushin, there's a little sequence where there's a very fat bird attempting to fly, which kicked off a series of commentary online about why are all the animals in Hoyo games really fat? If you look at a lot of the cats in ZZZ are also very fat.
Maybe they just feed their animals way too much at the office.
My cat in ZZZ never wakes up. It's always sleeping. It's always sleeping in the middle of the floor in the store, or on the counter, or on the couch, or wherever.
I haven't
I've never
checked.
owned a cat, but presumably they do that.
I haven't seen what Inky's been up to lately.
It's always sleeping, relentlessly sleeping. I think it's been available for me to pet like 3 times. The rest of the time it's asleep.
That do be what cats do. But yeah. So that's all we got for the commentary on Star Rail. I think we should probably go to a break. Thank you for the email, Serathis.
Yeah.
Uh, so I will put up the break screen, and we'll be back with the little bit of news we can think of. And we am back. So, for news this week, not a whole lot of news that people care about. I mean, the Switch 2 is coming out, but that's a fern topic if it's any one of us, and we're not we're not super invested on that. And then we got several other games that have come, but the big one
Did you
be
hear that report? This is not even a newslet. It's just a lit. Um, that that Clear Obscure passed 3.3 million units on day 33 after release.
yes, I did see that. Them and that number 33. Even if they got to list the dog in the credits, they're going to keep that going. So yeah.
Well, invoking meme magic seems to have worked for them. So,
If it works.
hon.
Yep. So, baguettes aside, the only other game that should have made a splash that I've only seen stuff about from people that make, uh, your bodies of the world, your iron pineapples, etc. People that are interested in what FromSoft has to do and generally make content about their stuff. They've come out and talked about it. I have not seen very much without having to go look for it for stuff on Night Rain. So Elden Ring Night Rain came out, and you're not hearing a whole lot about it. If you follow the FromSoft channels or you follow the content creators around the Souls games, you might have heard a little bit about it. And I've seen a bit and watched a few videos of first impressions on it. And I've looked at some of the reviews for it and seen what the customers have to say that have bought it and what their praises and gripes are with it. And I have not bought it myself. And at present, I do not plan to buy it in isolation.
Why 3-player?
It is such a wacky number. Okay, so this is the real reason I don't think you're hearing much about this game. Is the multiplayer is coded for exactly 3 players. It's not less up to 3 players, it's exactly 3 players. So if you and your friend want to go in and play, you're going to get saddled with a rando. And if you try to go in solo, you're going to get saddled with 2 randos. And this seems to be the main reason the game is not latching with anybody. Because having exactly 3 people to play is kind of an awkward number. Small group content, it's not unheard of. It's not unreasonable that you could have that many, but it does lock the majority of people out if they don't have exactly 3 people interested in the game. Like if I had 2 other people interested and that were into the Soul style games that I played with on the reg, yeah, I would scoop Night Rain, probably have a good time with it. But I don't. And this number of needing exactly 3 is really, really handicapping it and thus limiting its exposure, because if you don't have exactly 3 people, everything about the game codes against you not buying this game.
So what you're saying is you need Fern and me to buy it, or Fern and Ibu to buy it.
Yeah, like it would have to be all 3 of us. And
And it would be unplayable outside of that.
yeah. And even then it's there's going to be a FromSoft Souls game experience cap. Now they have done a lot apparently to radically shake up the gameplay with the character classes, and all that stuff looks nice and interesting and fun to play around with. And the game does look much faster and much like it'll be easier for people to get a hold on, because special abilities are limited to the character you pick for each player. But there's just a whole lot of limitations there because of the 3 players required. And you cannot really, you apparently can solo queue, but you get stuck with AI that's derptastic, and the game doesn't just scale itself down to single player.
You get a pair of mimic tears.
Yeah, and they're the post AI nerf mimic tiers that are dumb without the OP stats that just mirror your build. So yeah, that's makes things a bit rough there. So yeah, that's why you're not seeing a whole lot of it. The people that have groups to play it with are having fun with it, but what I see most people on talking about is, oh well, I kind of assumed you'd be able to play with two people from the way they advertised it, or even play solo a bit, but this is just not an option. This whole game is scaled around exactly 3 people, and so if you got a large friend group or a wacky size friend group where you can't make 2 groups of people to play, it's going to be kind of hard to set up play sessions with people.
The this type of extreme rigidity is something that usually you only see from a game that has had a hyper accelerated development cycle.
Yeah, well, this was made as a side project by the B team. They're not charging full price for it, at least, so they got that going for them. Probably the only reason it sold the numbers it has. And it's mostly reused assets, and this thing looks like it was crapped out in a year. Like this is just Miyazaki letting the B team try something novel. Okay, but the 3 player focus was a mistake out the gate, I think. And while the netcode issues are not as bad as I initially anticipated, apparently, it's still not great. Like I expected people not incredibly local to be able to play at all. Uh, but apparently you can play with people from pretty much anywhere in the world. But the further you get, the more jank it gets. But most of the hit detection seems to be done on the client side, so it's not as bad as it could be. You only run into issues with player skills interacting with each other and not with the enemies themselves. So it's playable, but you'll have a few minor issues when it comes to interacting with other players in the world and when and where their stuff is going off. Um, People that actually can play the game say it's actually pretty fun. That have groups to play it with. The problem is just that rigid number of 3 players. So it's really limiting the amount of people that can play it, and thus the amount of exposure it can get. Because if you're just kind of experimenting with it, or just a casual player or fan of the game, or the company and the type of games it puts out, you're not exactly coded to be a multiplayer type person with a whole bunch of people that you like to play these type of games with. Probably play it on your own. These are single player games after all for the rest of the entire series. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna I didn't expect this to make a super big impact, and it hasn't. And I won't be scooping it unless it goes on discount from its already relatively cheap launch price, and both Fern and Vol decide to pick it up or something. But
I can see Fern picking it up. Like, I'm probably not going to pick this up unless you two blackmail me into it.
yeah, like if
And
Fern,
the experience of us 3 playing is going to be Fern dies, and then I die, and then Ari solos.
and then yeah, and then we restart.
Unless unless it has a shoulder tap of life or something.
You can whack your dead friends to pick them up. I don't know if you can do that indefinitely, but you can whack your friends to pick them up. So yeah, it's there's going to be the experience gap there, where that is definitely going to be a likely scenario. But I don't know. It could be fun for a rantathon or something. Maybe it'll be on sale by then. I did not have a whole lot of interest or confidence in this game, uh, and the rigidity of 3 players kind of locked that in. Because if you could duo queue in it, that would be one thing. Like if it was something that we could play on the show when as a experiment for a couple weeks when like Fern isn't here because he's in Drunk Cowboy Land or something, that could be interesting. It might be worth the cheap asking price. I could justify scooping that, but 3 players, I can't do that. I'm not gonna.
It seems unnecessary though. Like I said, that rigidity is usually a product of an outrageously short development cycle where they have to decide on their key premises and then they don't have time to alter them or tune anything after the fact. Because that sounds like something intrinsically that should not be difficult to retune.
Yeah, you know, you could find a way to jigger that so that it doesn't it's playable with two people at least.
I mean, it wouldn't even be. It doesn't seem to me like it should be out of the question to just say, okay, you can opt for two people.
Yeah,
You are not going to get any scaling in your favor, but you can opt for two people, which at two people should still be doable. It
yeah,
might be Iron Man mode, but it should still be doable.
yeah. You would find people that can pull the get good mentality in that place, that can find a way to power through it. But that's not the kind of game it is. So it the game I've heard it compared to the most is Risk of Rain. I have not played that game very much. I have it, but I haven't played it very much, so I'm not sure how apt that description is. Nor,
I haven't played it at all. My brother has played an outrageous amount of it, but I haven't played it at all.
but for the people that were looking for that and have a group to play with, it's apparently a grand old time. But that just rigid 3-player number.
A group of exactly three people, you mean?
Yeah, like that is really tough. Who knows? Maybe they'll add a duo mode in a patch, or they'll put it on super deep discount that I can just scoop it and keep it in the library for a future Anthon or something. Uh, it's possible. I haven't written the game off completely based on what I've seen, but I am not scooping it without. Maybe if Fern has already bought it or something, I'll scoop it just so I don't feel bad if he's stuck and trying to play. Like, oh no, that's not gonna go good for you. I need to come bail you out. But yeah, I do like FromSoft's combat in general. I think they have a good handle on it. I've seen the gameplay and the way the faster pace of combat works. All that looks really fun. The new bosses look fun, but three people. That's tough because while Vol may poke at the games occasionally, way after their prime, and Fern got into Elden Ring with the double shield build. Uh, it's not exactly what I would call in either of their wheelhouses. And so even if they did scoop it, it would be them poking at it, and me as the only person that actually plays games of this nature on the reg. So they wouldn't stick with it for long, and then I'd be stuck with a Night Rain and nobody to play with.
Well,
So
there's heaps of randos in the queue.
yeah, those aren't people. Those, as far as I'm concerned, after the rise of AI, all robots. So that's why you haven't heard much about Night Rain. It's just I really do think it's that rigid 3-player number, and the Steam reviews seem to reflect this. If you look at the user reviews for it, it's currently mixed at 65%, and almost every single negative review has to do with the rigidity of the 3-player head count. There are a whole
Yeah, I
lot.
mean, that's just going to be the natural outcome, right? Like, you can't have a game be both difficult and you're also going to have to play with randos.
Yeah, it apparently does nothing to facilitate playing with the randos well either. There's no in-game voice chat, no kind of easy ways to quickly communicate. All you can do is ping on the map. Uh, it's just not a good multiplayer experience with randos. So it really, really needs you to have two other friends in Discord and you're all playing together. And that's just a very specific number of players. And I do not know how many FromSoft players exist that know exactly two others and no more FromSoft players in their friend cycle that are all interested in potentially picking this game up, even at its super discounted price. So, well, we'll see about this. If they patch in a duo mode, my interest will peak again, and I'll consider looking at it. Or if they patch in a solo mode, for that matter. I'm just not very interested in playing this with randos at all, especially when there's no communication facilitation. Not that I particularly want to talk to 13-year-old Timmy But the simple fact that there is no way to communicate with people makes it actually impossible to play with randos. So yeah, that's Night Rain, and why you're not hearing anything about it, and why I don't have the game yet.
Yeah, I didn't know it was restricted to 3 players. I
Yeah,
thought it was just like, oh, well, this has got a cap of 3 players.
no, it is.
That's weird. But no, it's designed from the outset that you can only, only play with 2 random schlubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why the game is the way it is, and the discussion is the way it is around it, as in there is none, because there just aren't many groups of exactly 3 FromSoft players that are all running around, especially in a franchise that has been single player since forever. So that's all I got on Night Rain. That's all I really know about it. Getting into any of the specifics I've heard people talk about the gameplay and the classes and all that is not something I really want to do, given I haven't played it myself. And as with all action games, it comes down to game feel, and without actually feeling it for myself, I don't trust any kind of judgments I can give you based on other people's impressions. So that's Night Rain. The Poyo voice acting strike has continued to spur drama months on. This one being seems there's 2 events that have happened in the SAG after strike that have been of note this week. Vol asked me if I'd heard about one before the show, and I had heard about it, but I hadn't looked into that one very much until he told me about it. Mostly because that person that it revolves around is a chronic liar, so I just don't follow their stuff at all and assume whatever they're telling me is BS.
Well, what you have to do is not listen to what they tell you, but try and think about what motivations would lead a liar to say this.
Yes. So the other part, however, is very straightforward, and that SAG went to the table with all the studios and game industries, and the industry presented its quote best and final offer that was basically everything SAG wanted except for all the union crap and union exclusivity, and SAG said no. And this has hacked off a ton of the people who are forced to be part of the union. Everyone that's not currently uh filleting the union, like it's like extend this metaphor as far as you want. Uh but anyone not doing that has suddenly gotten a whole lot more uh antagonistic's the wrong word because they're still being careful with their language, but less accommodating to the union in the words they use. They are clearly not happy, and some of them are outright mad that the members are not getting votes on any of this stuff because this is getting ridiculous. Well, it got ridiculous forever ago. So, what this means, and the reason I haven't played the Genshin stuff lately, is it seems like a lot of the voice actors were holding out for to see how this shook down, and to see if maybe they would get a vote to end the strike, or maybe this would shake out and this would all go away and they could all go back to work. And it seems like this fell through, and so some of the ones that want to keep their job at least will will likely resume their work at this point, especially since Oyo is now actively replacing people that are not showing up for work.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Like, when you go on strike, you are making a bet, and the bet is that your contribution to that venture is worth more than the than them just taking the work elsewhere. And Hoyo has demonstrated, and several other games as well, have demonstrated that they would much rather just not deal with this anymore than
Yeah.
keep the individuals that they had. This is called losing the bet.
Yeah.
You played a game and you lost. Now, your options are to fold like a cheap suit and go back hat in hand, or give up on that role.
Yeah. And you know, that there sometimes you make a play and it doesn't work. If you genuinely believe this was all about AI and you just were horribly misinformed and totally led astray, yeah, you probably should have done your own due diligence and gone and read this stuff. But going back hat in hand and apologizing for it and just folding this one and calling, knowing when to take the L, I'll that's okay. Those voice actors that are doing that right now at least know that they can't just keep not working and genuinely want to return to work. The ones
Yeah,
that
it's a sort of childish fantasy to believe otherwise.
yeah, the ones that don't do this and somehow are deluded into thinking they have more influence than they actually do, however, those are the ones that we get to talk about next. Because oh boy, has Paimon been making a scene apparently. I
Yeah, well, kind of, yes. So basically, she went on sort of, well, number one, she only posts on Blue Sky. So normal people's idea of what she's been saying and how often is sort of unclear. If she has been continuing to post on Blue Sky, it's probably in one of the handful of diehard Paimon supporter sock puppet accounts that she's probably operating. but the the situation of late had been that she hadn't said very much until recently, and recently she went on some stream on YouTube to do interviews, and the whole thing was basically like it was a normal sort of interview, and she got asked about, oh, how did you get the role as Paimon or whatever, and so on and so forth, and she kept dropping insinuations that Hoyo were probably going to get rid of her over the strike. Somebody like her, the impression that I get from that is that if she's saying that, it means that she's already been sacked. After that, because of the things she said and that rubbed so many people the wrong way in that interview, she tried to defend her spot on the strike after the fact on her Blue Sky account, I presume. I don't know if it was on Twitter as well, but probably only on Blue Sky since she's a lefty. But the uh, the way she did so was basically by telling a protracted sob story about how, oh, she gave an ultimatum to Hoyo that she was going to stop voicing Paimon because unless they joined SAG. They signed to SAG and signed SAG's anti-AI agreement. And she apparently, according to her, gave them this ultimatum when they replaced Kinnich's voice actor, although she said nothing about it at the time, and keeping her mouth shut is not something she's well known for. And so having done this, she had zero to say about how they responded to this, meaning that probably none of these events took place, especially considering her opinion on SAG. In theory, since she isn't abiding by the strike and kept working anyway, it's not likely to carry a lot of weight, so it would have been stupid of her to take this position. Not that she's noted for her intelligence any more than she is for her ability to keep her mouth shut. But then she went on a big sob story about how Hoyo had been had not been abiding by her contract, had been breaching her contract and not paying her on time, etc., etc. And of course, she, in addition to this, breezily asserted that heaps of her co-workers are also in the same boat, even though none of them have ever said anything about it. And Hoyo did Hoyo not bend over backwards to resolve her disputes with her previous agent or something?
yeah,
And they helped her get signed to a new studio, etc. So basically, she owes them one as it is. But no, instead of that, she's dragged in a bunch of unnamed, unknown co-workers of hers who are also working on Genshin Impact and also have not been being paid on time, etc., etc. Basically, all of this stuff, she's getting very close, I think, to probably getting done for slander because she's attempting to damage MiHoYo's brand on behalf of SAG at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't make any sense for her to do that if she has anything left to lose. So I'm thinking she's already been fired and now she's just trying to slap them as much as possible so that she can play the martyr once the recasting becomes known. And
Yeah.
she will probably, in fact, knowing her previous behavior, she will probably claim that the recast is a big surprise to her when it finally drops as well.
Yeah. But hey, if she's gone, like that'll be one of the biggest, most obnoxious voices in the English cast out. I have praised in the past her performance and continued improvement as Paimon, but honestly, I don't care. Just get her gone. She's been just thinking about her person in that role. I'm normally able to separate the performer from the performance, but she is such an obnoxious little twat that I cannot in this case, and I just want her gone. It's kind of like how I have to, speaking of her and her orbiters, how I have to divide in my head uh the pre 2016 Kaiser Neko and Team 4 Star guys from the post 2016 Kaiser Neko and Team 4 Star guys. Because oh boy, did they get just brain rotted when Trump got elected. Holy crap, those boys.
Did they know that they're boys?
You know, probably best you don't ask that question. We did see the what would have happened if they'd continued. But yeah, with her, I just can't. And I don't care how much he's improved. I don't care how good the performance is. There are other actors out there that would be more than happy to take the Paimon position and could do a good job. Now,
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's already over. If she's already announced on the stream that she's told Hoyo as of them replacing Kinich that she's not going to do any more work for them, then the alternative is that she's going to end up being in the crosshairs of all of her erstwhile compatriots because she'll be outed as a hypocrite when her voice continues to appear if she's lying. But more likely, she's saying it because she's already been fired. This is a fait accompli.
yeah, I think it's a high likelihood that she probably has been sacked, given that
If indeed her contract ever worked that way, and that it wasn't just because she sees herself obviously as having some ownership over Paimon's voice, which is not the case at all. She doesn't own any part of the IP. But if the contract is just that, oh well, they call her in as a freelancer to do some voice work, which includes Paimon, and so she's allowed to put that on her resume. I mean, that's not the same thing as her being under contract to always be the voice of Paimon. If
yeah,
she just gets, oh well, we'll call you in to do some recording on this day as a sort of a casual employee, basically, and you'll get this much pay for doing this work, which is based on the fact that she thinks she can spin this as them delaying paying her. It's probably more contracted as freelance casual work than ongoing work signed as the actress who plays X.
yeah, they probably. I would not be surprised at all if her delay of payment is whoever the current studio is calls her in and is like, okay, we have this patch, these events, and these promotions we need you to do reads for, and come in these days, and we'll pay you at the end of them. And her delay of pay, maybe she doesn't get paid day of or something. It could be that stupid. She seems that dumb.
Yeah, she also seems to be basically delusional. Like she seems to live in some sort of fantasy world where she's some kind of heroine, but she's also like absolute, the very picture of a worthless millennial. She spends the first part of that I didn't watch it, but I've seen snippets of it. She spends the first part of that interview that she did on the YouTube channel or whatever, just talking about her being like obsessed with some random book series or other. Probably woman porn. Like most women seem to be into that these days.
What animal is the male lead?
I don't want to know. But yeah, it's she just seems like a pathetic individual, basically, who has now told so many lies that she's having to run on the log of trying to keep them all uh sufficiently distinct and coordinated with each other that she's not going to trip over herself too often.
Yeah, there's a reason. Even as a salesperson, in a professional environment or even in a casual environment, if you are so inclined, I do not advise you lie in a casual environment for any reason whatsoever. But should you feel yourself backed into a corner and panic, the very worst thing you can do is tell an outright falsehood and get yourself stuck on that log. And I will,
You're in that situation. You're supposed to temporize, buy for time, and then come up with something later.
yeah, um,
You're
I,
not supposed to do an opossum.
yeah. This is why I have got very frustrated at the opossum several times because every single person I've ever been in charge of it at the office, ever since I started taking over stuff, in the time we've had employees from back when we still had quite a few to when it was just basically 4 people at the office. Uh, the only thing I will tell people who are not as experienced as me when they are first starting the sales thing is, look, it does not really matter how you go about talking to the customer, but whatever the heck you do, for the sake of my sanity and yours, because I will have to clean up your mess if you screw it up, do not ever make crap up and tell the customer an outright falsehood. You can tell them half truths. You can sell up certain aspects of the product, but do not, for any reason whatsoever, make crap up because I don't know what you've made up and invented in your head and told them. And furthermore, they can come back angry at us if they figure it out. And I will have no way to defend you because you will just have told a outright lie. And I can't really defend that. So please, please do not make crap up and tell lies to people. But no, no, if you're Paimon, it seems to be your MO is you just are a habitual liar and have to tell lies all the time. I am incredibly doubtful that her old studio was delaying payments given the way she behaves.
I mean, ultimately, this is the product of what it means to be a leftist, basically. Like their entire culture is based on telling lies about fundamental truths, like men and women are the same, and you can change what sex you are. Like these sort of fundamental lies that are totally intrinsic to their worldview. Like when you get used to telling lies, the truth will cease to seem important to you.
Yeah. Never mind. The thing goes, you repeat you repeat a lie enough times, and you cycle it around in your head enough times, and you'll start to believe it's the truth, even if you should know better. That's how all this leftist propaganda works. And these people become true believers, is they just repeat the lie enough. And you wind up just totally delusional and divorced from reality. And
I mean, the thing is that they believe as a function of their dogma that you create reality by means of telling the story. If you tell yourself the fiction that, oh well, I have now changed to gender or something like that, they think that that's sufficient.
yeah, there's a flip side to that coin that annoys me in the other direction. It's not really pertinent here, but yeah, that is what they that is definitely what they do, and they take it to you know it's the way their propaganda and dogma works. They don't even need external apparatuses. They just propagandize themselves by lying to themselves enough. So Paimon is continuing to spiral. I hope she has been fired. Uh, I would not put it past her either, just to be having. I'm trying to avoid saying a particular type of person moment out loud. Uh, but she could just be having one of those, and this could. She may still be with Hoyo and just spinning her gums because that's what she does. I don't know. I hope she's canned. If she's canned, it'll be much easier to re-engage with the narrative and story of Genshin going on, because oh boy, this girl makes it into every single feed that I follow, even casually. Like anytime she says something stupid, somebody screenshots it and posts it on the farms. And it's gotten to a point where I just ignore it and scroll past it because it's just another potential lie or her being unhinged.
Well, the thing is that this doesn't matter whether she's telling a truth or not. It's in the picture that I posted in live show chat. She's functionally announced that she's not going to be voicing Paimon anymore.
Yeah,
So it doesn't matter whether she's telling the truth or not. This is now the reality.
yeah. So I do know a lot of people, those cognizant of what's been going on with the strike now post Kanich incident, have been encouraging everybody to write in their surveys to fire Paimon specifically. So
Well, there's a group, a fan group in China who say that they promise that they will buy Primos. They'll buy a pack of Primos in celebration when the Ian voice actor for Paimon gets sacked.
yeah, I
If there's one thing the Chinese know how to do, it's leverage bribery.
yeah, that and collective groupthink and action. They're very good at that. So so yeah, I hope so. I'm keen for this whole uh not strike to end, because it's been stupid since the beginning. I've known since the beginning that this was a mess that was just about SAG trying to grab more power, but you could not break the discussion with it. You needed the actors themselves to go full retard. And while I'm glad it has finally been broke, if currently I've heard that even outside of Genshin, SAG is losing the SAG representatives in the voice acting contingent are losing a ton of ground and jobs all over the industry for not just games but general voiceover work over this. Now, voice
Oh
acting
yeah,
is not a
it's it's just that people have decided SAG are too much trouble. They just
yeah.
don't want to be involved with America.
Now, while voice acting may only be a small part of SAG in general, because they also represent the big Hollywood stars, which is where they get most of their
Well,
dues and money from.
they're the Screen Actors Guild. That's their name.
Yeah, SAG and the voice acting part may be a small part of it. The part of them that I actually care about in terms of the media I consume is the voice acting part. I don't give a toss about the rest of it. So if voice acting just gets totally dislodged from them, it may not impact the SAG-AFTRA entity to the point where it's going to run into too many shoes over it, but it will make a whole lot more of the pieces of media I consume not tethered to that shuggoth of mediocrity that produces all kinds of mid and terrible quality voice work for English dubs when I prefer to listen to stuff in English. So while we,
The best that we can hope for is that they just aren't interested in putting in the effort to keep voice acting on side for them.
yeah, if this goes so badly and the SAG leadership doesn't know it's time to fold, and the entirety of the voice acting industry says screw it, don't hire anybody from SAG as just a general rule, you know, that would be a gigantic win. I mean, you won't probably get total market market hit with that, but you can get a whole lot of companies to feel that way
I mean,
if this goes on long
it
enough.
could be going that way. I mean, if you look at what Paimon's voice actress is pushing online, she's doggedly pursuing this narrative that contract enforcement is impossible without SAG. And all that needs to happen is for that lie to collapse, and people will simply not be interested anymore. Because if SAG doesn't have any interest in actively going out of their way to sabotage people who don't cooperate with the strike, like, because I mean, they can get you blackballed from projects, sure, but how is that any different to being on strike from them?
Yeah.
Like, it's not really going to make any difference.
And if you're
So
just
if their blackballing doesn't have a punitive effect and it doesn't have a disincentivizing effect, then they might as well not be involved in voice acting at all.
yeah, they the yeah. I'm not even sure where to really go with it from there. It's I really
But
just
it has to get there first, right? And this requires the most spineless people in society to grow a spine, which is the voice actors. Like, they need to realize that, well, they can, if they want to choose to make a career in voice acting, there may be sacrifices. They will have made various other types of sacrifices in the past, and this is just another one. That you're going to have to lock horns with this Shoggoth and see who cares more, whether they care more about ruining your life for no gain, or whether you care about sticking it out long enough to build a career and become known as one of those people that the industry can go to who will do their work and not hold them on the hook for some random entity in California.
yeah. And
Like, the ecosystem will have to naturally build itself out from under SAG, because SAG just doesn't have a very strong incentive to try and keep them on side. Like, if they, it could be, and that could turn out that they don't need one, that they are that spiteful, that sheer spite will be enough for them to hound the voice acting industry out of the United States entirely. And then it will simply become a game of everybody's going to recruit from outside the United States, and the voice acting in the United States will just die on the vine. It will become impossible because SAG is just that spiteful. Either that, or SAG will just lose interest in enforcing it because there's no money in it.
yeah, you'll I think the ideal outcome is to have a few of the smaller studios that are not affiliated with SAG in the US stick around for US to be an option, and to just go for start spreading out away from California in general. Like, you can have a few of the ones in Georgia and Texas, but all the ones in Cali are all tied directly
Well,
to SAG.
California will just move to Austin and Atlanta.
Yeah, they've
There's
tried.
not there's not going to be any difference if you keep them there. Like, as long as there is a organization, infiltrating and taking over organizations is what SAG is best at. And this is why they're so salty about it not working with Hoyo. Because Hoyo is beholden to Chinese law, not US law. So the usual back doors can't be exploited as effectively.
Yeah. So there are some voice actors that just seem like they're done with this crap. And we
No,
know
they are done with this crap, and they're done with it in a literal way. Like, it's not that they have any. It's not that they have even no feelings about whether or not unions have a role. It's that they are already in the position of it being over for their career if they stick with SAG.
yeah.
SAG can't threaten them with anything that hasn't already happened because their role has gone offshore or whatever.
Yeah, and every
Like, there's no reason to keep cooperating with someone who now no longer has anything to hold over you because they already took that away.
yeah, never mind that they've exposed themselves. In case you were confused before, they don't have your best interests at heart. They just want more power for themselves as an entity. So you've got, if they're smart and they really have just been duped, they'll come back right now and apologize to the fans if they have any kind of voice on social media. The only one I know for sure that's come back is uh, is the voice of Venti. I don't know how screwed on her head is, because I can guarantee you, being a voice actor, she's at least a rainbow hair. But
Well, I mean, I suppose that for a lot of them, the question will be, do they live in an area where the law gives the union actual legal leverage over you?
yeah, and also, how big of a name are you? And how much protection or big of a target does that paint on you if you just say screw it? Because you no matter what you do at this point, because you played games with the union, you're gambling with your livelihood. So they do have to make that judgment call as well. But I think the smart move would be to apologize to the fans for this mess and just come back to work. Now, and they have a ticking time bomb over their heads. All of them do at this point because ever since about 3 or 4 months ago, Hoyo started replacing people. They've replaced the entirety of the original ZZZ cast except for like one character. I think. I think Nekomata is still the only one that hasn't been recast or something like that. Like they're early enough in that game cycle. They're like, nope, just replace them all. I think Bell and Wise stayed as well.
HSR are being replaced. Probably the only reason the older ones haven't been replaced is that there's not any new recording being done.
Yeah, and apparently
that game could change very soon because they were, according to the last big preview production that they did a few weeks or months ago, 3.4, 3.5 is going to be a major turning point, which is going to draw in a lot of characters from older chapters into the story.
Please replace Buttervision. I will consider checking out English if you replace Buttervision.
I don't know if they're going to replace Buttervision. I think Buttervision might be here to stay.
I think he's one of the ones that was actively looking to come back to work, unfortunately. Yeah. That said, on the topic of voice acting, I watched the scene in the boss fight with Space Barbara and the chicken and Finon. And Finon's voice actor killed it in that scene in English.
Well, I mean, it is your favorite type of English voice acting in that particular scene.
Yeah, it's a big, dumb, dramatic call out with attack names and declarations and big, shiny attacks going off. Yeah, I love that crap. But he did kill it in that scene. I'll try and find it. I think I've actually clipped it and just called it Absolute Barbara. Barbara's voice acting, take it or leave it. It's not bad, but it's she's doing her best, and there's a lot of effort that went into that performance. I'm not sold on her voice because I'm used to the story mode Hyacine voice in Japanese, but it could grow on me. And in combat, it works fine. But actually, I should have that laying around somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. But yeah,
I don't know what this means as far as you're concerned, but Finon's Ian voice actor's portfolio is tiny.
Yeah, I'm generally a fan of independents getting a shot. I've not heard him on the Reagan story.
He's got like a handful of roles. Like 2025, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 roles, and most of them are like just 1 episode or 3 episodes or whatever.
Yeah, so bit characters going on there. Here we go. I will not play it myself.
He's got like one full series role in one relatively unpopular isekai anime from this year.
Yeah, so he's a D-lister independent.
2024 looks like he had about a dozen roles in 2024. Most of them were not for full series.
But yeah, check out that 20-second clip of Absolute Barbara, and you'll get to hear Ian Finon, and he actually did a really good job, which is double amazing because it's Star Rail. And if we know anything about Star Rail direction, oh boy, Buttervision.
Yeah, they kind of phoning it in.
The Sanctuary is Buttervision.
This guy's IMDb has nothing on his biography page, which means he's not self-important enough to have them fill it out.
Yeah, he is literally a Dr. Ratio. It's just like this is what he do. He's just breaking in. So he has incentive to do well, at least. Explains why he did so good in that cutscene. So yeah, that will continue. I'm always interested in following English voice work as a performative art because forever I've seen the potential there, but it's been held back in large part by the union. And it's been hard to articulate that to people until this strike mess happened. Because even if it may be true, and I knew it was true, getting people on board with that when you are already in the conservative camp can just sound like more union griping from an American. It's hard to convey just how big of a problem they are in enforcing mediocrity. But the every bit of damage we can do to the voice acting apparatus of that Shoggoth, literally anything is better. Because merit doesn't matter to SAG. It's why English voice acting is held in such low regard, is because it's cheapest and easiest to go with the SAG actors, and they're going to get the role regardless. The pool is not that big. You have to get into the clique to begin with, and then they're just going to make sure their friends are hired, or the people that suck them off and pay enough dues.
People in New Zealand tend to be somewhat sympathetic to unions, but they are not. They are usually not thinking of the modern form of a union as has been imported from America. Usually, what they're thinking about was that time Rio Tinto hired security to open fire on protesters in New Zealand.
I see.
It killed a bunch of people because there was no union. It was just a ramshackle protest that had been organized, and they just shot them all.
Yeah. That is not to say I do not believe there is no place for collective action in the workplace. However, the apparatus and shuggas that are the American idea of union, in fact, just the idea of union in general, once it becomes its own entity, is what I have a problem with. Because once you become your own entity, you become a power structure that's goal is to maintain its own existence. And the only way it can maintain its own existence is by forcing everybody to bend to its will. And invent all kinds of problems to make themselves necessary. So yeah, I will be continuing to cover as it happens the destruction of that arm of the Shoggoth. It will continue to terrorize every other part of the entertainment industry that goes through America until enough arms get lopped off in their own controversies that it eventually bleeds out. But that thing's got a lot of blood in it. You're going to have to do a whole lot of hacking to kill that thing. And it's going to take, probably not in our lifetimes, unless something truly dramatic happens, that thing could fall apart. Or maybe AI will kill it. Maybe the robot will step on it.
Well, that's what they're fighting against, isn't it? So they must be afraid of it.
But yeah, it is the example I would go to, that and like the dock workers unions and stuff like that are just glorified mafioso families that run a protection racket rather than any kind of group with any interest in its people that are it's nominally representing.
Realistically, a lot of the reason that Star Rail's voice acting is probably so spotty is because they have fairly arbitrary casting approach. Like, they have not generally gone with the unions. They've just cast to whichever random schmuck they could find. I mean, it's not like Buttervision's voice actor has a huge portfolio.
No,
like he's like an actor in a couple of bit parts in like TV shows and stuff.
yeah,
and that's it. That's everything.
Yeah, they really did take a shotgun approach to how they grab people for that project, and I do
and
not.
Sometimes you get winners, and sometimes you don't.
Most of the time, it seems you don't, because they don't seem to vet anybody for quality. They'll just take something as long as it breathes. They'd probably hire me as a voice actor.
They also haven't lost the majority of their cast as a result.
Yeah. They had a bunch of stutters with I know some of the Pinaconi characters and stuff. They have since most of the Pinaconi characters that went on voice, I think, came back to work though. Based on posts that I've read, and the entire Astral Express crew has basically been muted since everything started. But yeah, I think Hoyo at least is just done with the union. They don't want anything to do with it. So they're trying to cut all ties with it, with every recast being I think out of country. They're moving completely out of US for it.
Yeah,
So
I was sort of surprised to see some of the ones that did hang around. Like, um, the guy that does Albert for whatever reason.
yeah, he's still hanging on. Yeah, we had a Navia came back. I don't know if she ever was really gone for very long. She seems like she was one of the ones that probably jumped on immediately with it when she got the initial mail letter that said you had to, until she dug a bit on it and then immediately came back to work. So she's been back for a while. So
Is Findy still there?
don't know about Findy. I don't think Findy's had any more lines.
Yeah, probably not.
I do.
I think I think that she's one of the southerner contingent of voice actors, actually.
If they're not from Cali or any of the SAG branches that have infested Austin, they've got a good chance of having stuck around because the unions won't have any real power or hold over them that forces them to do what they want, because you have interstate contract law or union law to work with at that point, and that gets real muddy real fast, especially depending on where the recording's done. And the union ain't gonna risk taking somebody to court over that because that's almost a guaranteed loss of money.
And Findy is based out of Paris, Texas.
Okay, might be one of the that's might be one of the voice acting hubs. I don't know much about Paris, Texas.
Well, don't ask me.
So yeah. Uh, I'll keep following it in casual looks. It really is just obnoxious to read the individual posts by, the Paimons and the Ketchings and the Candaces. The Candace might have shot her own job with one of her responses I saw that she immediately turned around and deleted several weeks ago. Actually, it might have been a few months ago now. But yeah. I've also noticed that all the ones that it's hit or miss whether the other voice actors are on Blue Sky or Twitter, but all of the problem ones seem to post almost exclusively on Blue Sky.
Well, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Blue Sky is pretty much a left-wing echo chamber.
Yeah. And
You're not going to find anybody offering any opposing point of view there.
anytime I see uh, a description of a YouTube video or somebody linking their accounts in social medias, if I see Blue Sky instead of Twitter, and it's just a Blue Sky account, that person immediately gets ignored or unsubbed or disregarded entirely. Like they're just not worth engaging with. If they have both, it's points against them pretty hard. But maybe it could be a professional thing. Maybe they're just trying to cover all their bases because they can't think straight, and they're just indoctrinated into leftyism. But it may not have totally infected them yet. If they just got a Twitter, they're probably just a professional. But if they have just a Blue Sky, you know what this person is.
You're just clicking through a bunch of like the 1.0 Star Rail actors. They're almost all from Texas or Louisiana.
Okay. Yeah, they haven't.
So they're obviously already avoiding California like the plague at that point.
Yeah. So aside from the Astral Express crew, they seem to have been
Dallas, Texas. I'm just clicking random ones at this point. Duncanville, Texas.
yeah. So it sounds like wherever Star Rail does its recording, its in-house recording from, it's based in Texas.
Chinchue, Plano, Texas. Esther, Lafayette, Louisiana.
I didn't know Louisiana had a scene. Although the image of a Cajun Asta is now in my head.
Yukon, Dallas, Texas. It's not clear there. There's one from California. Gallagher is from California.
I don't like Gallagher's English voice at all.
I don't have any idea what it sounds like.
Sounds like he's got a snot bubble stuck in his nose. He's trying to sniffle it back.
What? That's an interesting description.
Like he's talking through his nose the whole time because he's trying to get a booger out of there.
Yeah.
But
Interesting to see where it goes. I mean, Star Rail can only really improve. It's not like it can get a lot worse.
yeah, and they have made pretty big strides replacing the main character at this point. Once you do that, even though it's mostly just combat lines, and I do play with in farming mode and casual content with English on, so I can hear the big dumb attack names. I did notice that Stell suddenly had a new voice, and because Remembrance Trailblazer had been silent, Mim had not. So Mim would talk.
Oh my goodness me.
Or rather, Mim would mim in combat. But Trailblazer would be oddly quiet. Now Stell has a new voice, and all the people lamenting the loss of the old voice are insane. Because holy crap, old Stell was bad. Like, really bad. Could not act their way out of a wet paper bag. Up there at Buttervision tier.
That's not great.
But man, people are mad that Stell got replaced. Don't see many people talking about Kalis and his replacement. But people seem a little riled up about the Stell replacement. I'm like, what are you losers talking about? Old Stell was terrible. So yeah. But who knows? Maybe we get some winners. They have had a few losers in the recasts. ZZZ in particular had Kaleda get recast pretty badly. New Kaleda is nowhere near as good as the previous Kaleda, and Rena is a slight step down. The Lycon recast, however, went really well. Old Lycon was really good, so that was really hard to find a replacement for, but they seem to have managed it. And new Rena can grow on you if you give her enough time. Lucy's recast was great and went well. Soldier 11's pretty good. So ZZZ has a mostly good track record with it, although, man, I hope the Kaleda voice actress finds her feet after the initial session of just re-recording old lines. But other than that, ZZZ got off pretty okay. The new Kniech, objectively in terms of quality, he's okay. He's radically different from the other Kniech, which is I think is why it drew a lot of people's earballs. Because it was.
Well, I mean, a lot of these new people are going to be hired because of their distance from the Shoggoth, not because of any particular attribute they've got, but the first person that we can find who is somewhat suitable for the character that we wrote and is in no way tethered to SAG-AFTRA.
Yeah. So he's just okay. His quality is not super great, but I think he's fairly new as well, even though he's a Japanese actor. So he can find his feet. And he does get better as he gets later recordings when he shows up in Genshin. And in Star Rail's major problem isn't the actors in their quality of acting, it's their direction. Because the same girl that does Sitlali, who does a really good job as Sitlali, she's not super great, but she's better than average for that role, does March 7th, and March 7th is terrible. Horribly off tone. But Sitlali's fine. I like Sitlali's English voice. So Star Rail's main problem is its direction, I think. Maybe Buttervision is secretly a great voice actor, and it's just all the director. And we know direction has been a problem in the West as of late, and getting worse. And I cite as my example of this our boys Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
Like, just the old Scion performances in Dawn Trail versus previous expansions. Holy crap. Did the director just decide he was going out for drinks that day? And just leave some drunken scribbles as his directions? Because, man, they were phoning it in. Also, Pickle, your voice sounded like it got quiet there for a sec.
I don't know why that is.
There you go. Now it's back to normal. So yeah, I don't really have anything else to add on that. I was stretching it as it was to have a news topic.
Yeah, well, I don't think I've seen anything much news-wise this week that's worth talking about. Like, I mainly get news from the Gacha sphere, and there's a lot of news in there, but it's mainly stuff that I have to work to remind myself I don't have time to play Wuthering Waves. That sort of thing. It doesn't matter whether or not it looks interesting. It doesn't matter what new waifus they're bringing out. I don't have time to play it. I don't have time to play it. Even the story is great. I don't have time to play it. I can only play so many things at one time.
Yeah, I if I could not put Star Rail on farm mode, it would be a login once a story patch game because I just don't prefer keeping daily games up very much. So about the only additional daily login game to the Hoyo games I keep up is Mahjong, and that's not exactly strenuous because the login uh, doesn't get you any kind of premium currency or any of the dailies. It just gets you in-game baby currency that you can use to buy like profile badge stuff and materials to get a better profile picture for your characters. You can't get any gacha currency that way. They're very stingy with their gacha pools, but that they hand out, but their rates are very high comparatively, and those are usually limited to events. So I don't have to log into that one any day if I don't want to.
Yeah, most of the upcoming gachas are chasing either Wuthering Waves or ZZZ at the moment, and since both of those games are trading on the feel of combat, the amount of hype or previews or whatever isn't really worth a bar of anything
Yeah,
because it's only going to be the feel of combat that dictates whether or not it's worth playing.
yeah, and that's not something you can quantify for people that are actually fans of action games. We have to play it. It's a visceral feeling and experience when you're playing the game, and how the buttons feel to push, and how the moves come out, and how the animations look when you chain different abilities together. Like
Well, with
all
a gacha, it's not just that either because it can vary so much in between characters.
yeah,
It's not restricted to the just the core combat. If the core combat has the bones of a really good combat system, but you just don't like how any of the characters feel, well, you're not going to really enjoy playing it, are you?
yeah. It did take ZZZ until Jane came out to really sell me on a character I just liked to play.
Yeah, I didn't like any of the characters to play that I had in ZZZ until Caesar came out, and that's what got me into playing the game was playing Caesar. Unfortunately, her playstyle has been deprecated really aggressively, but maybe she'll be back.
Yeah, that or maybe they'll release that since they've said they're not going to be shy about as early as the 2.0 era. They're considering going back and well, they are going back and updating old kits. Like Ellen's getting that major rework, and it
Well,
Ellen,
Ellen particularly needs it badly because she has no job other than to put out numbers. And if she does that inferior to all of her competitors, there's not really any reason to use her. Like, if you've got a world where Hugo exists and Miyabi exists, what does Ellen bring to the table?
she has a cute tail. It looks funny in all the animations when they draw her in chibi style.
I mean, sure, but that doesn't really help her kit very much.
No, but it's about all she's got going for her. But yeah, she doesn't compete with her ice contemporaries. You might even be able to get more damage out of an anomaly unit, but like Jane played with a stun character instead of instead of running Miyabi, not Miyabi. Instead of running Ellen, like Ellen's numbers are just not good. Ellen was the real Diluc when the game came out first because she just hosed numbers so hard, and then the Lycon stun team was just busted if you got Lycon
Well,
and Ellen.
also the standard lineup didn't have any heavy hitters.
Yeah,
It had the best stun character in the game, who happened to mesh with the upcoming Diluc.
yeah. So the initial roster just they also didn't have any kind of in-game modes out, and I wonder how far back the scrambling around the reaction of Bang Boo TV goes. It'd be
I'm not
interesting to
really
know
sure.
because
I'm not really sure. I don't know. Like they had bigger problems initially. Like I've mentioned before, a lot of their early testing imploded because Miyabi was in the closed beta version of the game, and she was so bonkers powerful compared to every other character in the game that nobody even tested the other characters. So they kept having. They eventually had to ban Miyabi, just remove her entirely from the game, and then relaunch beta testing without her.
yeah,
Otherwise, nobody would test anything.
yeah. So we've got we got ZZZ coming up with its 2.0 release now with character reworks. So I'm interested to
Yeah.
see if they keep rolling those out with characters that need them, and how steady the clip on that'll be. If it'll be like a once every 4 or 5 patches somebody gets a update thing, or a once per version thing. They go and do a pass on a few characters, or and how
I
much.
think this shtick with the Hoyo games egging each other on is quite healthy.
Yeah. So Star Rail and ZZZ around the same time, like within a couple weeks of each other, announced they're doing the character rework thing. Looking at you, Genshin. You got some characters that
Yeah.
desperately need help.
Yeah, well, I think Genshin is so far out over their skis on roster now that it would be kind of hard to go back and pick and choose. Um, but yeah, I mean they could do it. They could do it. I
Okay.
just don't think that they will. The incentive is lower for them because they they established a dedicated player base during a time where there was very little competition, unlike the latter games, which have attempted to establish player bases at a time where there's way more competition. And so they've got higher standards that need to be maintained.
Yeah, but
That said, apparently in the next Genshin patch, um, they're running Shenhei again.
oh Shenhei, they're trying to tell us something.
Tempted to pull for her. Tempted to pull for her. I do like Shenhei.
She she is technically, I think, still one of the best alternate slots on the Chaska team for when you need to get cryo in the Pesh element sludge that she shoots out of her gun.
She's still technically part of the era where physical was an archetype.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going on pull hiatus for a while after Kokomi and Genshin. I need to just sit back and restock for a couple banner cycles. So I'm going to be out of the current meta. Well, I don't think it'll come back to bite me that hard, considering how much I went in on the net
No,
and stuff.
this is a good time to drop out of the meta because most of what the meta is now is not going to survive into Nod Cry. So, like when we move on to the next primary version number, they're going to do the whole thing again with the way they did with whatchamacallit, Night Soul, most likely. I hope that they don't go as hard as they did with Night Soul, because I mean, if you look at the Numa Usia thing that they did in Fontaine, it was way less overbearing than Night Soul was.
Yeah, just let you shortcut a few of the puzzles and had some very minor combat interactions, and makes one phase of the whale boss go a bit faster. That's really it.
Like just getting around Natlan would have been incredibly abusively difficult without having at least one character that could subvert subvert the need to go and look for a Saurian.
Yeah, they were pretty good about keeping Saurians around, but just having the character there when you're in that area just made it so much. It's like those areas in some cases were just straight designed for you to have the character. And each players apparently just had a ball going through Netland because of all the freaking Yumkasaur use. They love that Yumkasaur. But man, do I not know how to play that character. I think in his little trial thing for this mini combat event, I did just awful.
Well, he does play very odd.
Yeah, I saw that gold medal pop up, and I'm like, that's good enough. I need more, but I don't need it bad enough that I want to learn how to play Kanish.
I didn't even look that far into it. I just do not like their combat events. I think that as a game, capitalizing on like highly efficient timed trash combat is not really the way to go. I think that you should really be looking in the direction of like boss fights.
Yeah. And if they're too scared of that for their casual content, I do think boss fights are the best way to go. But aside from that, even just stuff like the Natlan little coin challenges for events would be way better than the combat events. Those are always more fun than the combat events.
Yeah, people relentlessly dunk on the combat events in the social media space as well. It's not just us. Like even the normies hate them.
Yeah.
Oftentimes it's they're just like, oh, this is too hard or whatever. It's like the usual complaints. But most of the time it's just like, this is just not interesting. And I feel like you're being cynical because this is just designed to showcase your latest gacha character. And even if we've accepted that that's what you're going to do, because it's a gacha game, we don't want it thrown in our face every 5 minutes that, haha, if you pull this character, it's going to be way easier, haha.
Yeah. It's like I said before with this one, it's a less offensive one, but it's still I would prefer literally anything else. Other than some dumb overbloated mini game or the stupid. I don't know why the stupid uh bouncy Pong one from a few weeks ago drove me nuts in particular.
It
But
took so little time to do that I didn't have any feelings about it whatsoever
it,
because I
it
didn't have time to develop any.
that one just really rubbed me the wrong way for some reason, and I can't nail down specifically why that one triggered such visceral I don't like this. It could have just been the time it happened, and I just had other
I
stuff in
think
my
it's
brain.
because you felt betrayed because you thought it was going to be a rhythm game.
Oh, it's possible that I just they implied I'd had to cut the sound on or something, but no, it's just something about that one felt just bad to me, especially bad.
Well, it was just the interns thing, the interns project.
Yeah,
But I did not think very highly of it, but I didn't have any strong feelings about it. Like I liked better most of the mini games in the Inazuma game development competition.
yeah, those were all okay, and their reward payout made it feel like the time was good. I like the Yaimiko one, the little fox
I
thing
loved
one.
the Yaimiko one. I voted for that one to win. In no small part because it was deliberately trying to poke Yaimiko in the eye.
It was also just a cute little fox getting toast or whatever it was that she was collecting.
It would have been whatchamacallit, Odin, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there you go. Some kind of food. Eat the fox. Yeah. So lots of stuff to look forward to with the Hoyo games if you're keeping up with them. 2.0 is going to be very interesting to go through. I hope I will have time to go through it. I will make an attempt later this week to really chew into it.
I will assess whether or not it's worth doing it, but I would not run out of the gate with spoilers because my odds are not good.
Yeah, well, I'm if it's like most of the other content patches for ZZZ and Star Rail when they come out, they're mega chonkers. So like it was with last week, I'll just check with you and see where you're at. May give you a degree of how much you need to shut off social media. if I get ahead. But yeah, it's it's interesting. We'll keep going through that, and I think we're just kind of going in circles now. So we should probably wrap it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the games industry has not been terribly productive in terms of it being, smash hit after smash hit, but we did get a couple of good ones. Like Monhan is a decent game, even if it's got its issues. Clear Obscure is I think it's kind of a landmark, but whether or not it's a landmark will be determined by whether anybody is capable of picking up those lessons and running with them. But generally speaking, it's just not been an overly productive year for the games industry.
No,
There's not really much. Like I can't think of anything in particular that I'm really looking forward to.
no, I don't really have anything I can think of on my radar that I'm genuinely excited for this year. Or if I do,
Like
it's fallen
I'm
out of
only
my
thinking
memory.
about I'm only thinking about like Ho-Yo game patches and what's coming down the line for the story. Like I'm looking forward to upcoming stories that are happening in games I'm already playing. I'm looking forward to seeing what content patches are going to come out in future for Monhan. Like the as much as I was totally on board with the former disposition of dunking on live service. I mean, the reality is that things that are not live service have nearly ceased to exist, so you don't really have much choice. I was willing to throw money after Clear Obscure without having very much time to play it because they at least represented a reasonable and spirited attempt at doing things the old way. They produced a good product and they didn't ask an insane buy-in price for it. So of course I'm going to support that because that's basically the old ways back for a last hurrah. But whether or not that can stick is a total other question. Like the rest of gaming generally seems to be really badly moribund. There's just not that much happening. Um, uh, there's no, there is no triple A. Like triple A lands with a like a splat now. It's not it's not an environment where people are constantly looking for the next big thing because there is no big thing anymore.
Yeah,
Like my if I were to look at what was taking up my social media feed this week, it was gacha stuff because for me it's always gacha stuff. People talking about the latest event in Helldivers, which I've never played and know nothing about, but apparently there was a big event and heaps of people were talking about it. A little bit of people talking about Night Rain, and a metric ton of first posting about Galleon. That was pretty much my social media feed.
how did your
There's no
feed get drowned in the galleon posting?
I don't know. I don't know. It did though. I'm not sure where it came in from. Presumably, there are a lot of users who started posting Galleon stuff who are also involved with something that I do follow. I'm not quite sure.
They just like the
But
mud mommy that much.
for like 2 days, my feed was entirely Galleon centric.
Did you get did you get enough for the mud mommy to last you a lifetime?
Possibly I did. I don't know. She's a good looking character. But I
I,
saw an awful lot of her
I, I
in
will
every
I
respect.
will have to show you her Skybound art when animation for her Super Skybound art.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it. After all, my entire feed was full of it.
It's a lot of mud and
It-
a lot of
It's
naked
a
galleon.
it's the world's biggest bitch slap.
That's one of them. Oh boy. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. Hopefully the games industry will come out with more surprises like Clair Obscure. Stuff that because we just can't count on
But the
the
thing is,
core.
it happens like once a year, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
so you got Clear Obscure this year. Last year, you had what, the Baldur's Gate or whatever. And what does the games industry do in response? Resentment, bitterness, acrimony. They don't learn anything. They just get bitter.
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, their model right now is still making enough money probably to keep them in their isolated bubble where they don't have to learn a lesson. It's I don't know how you force that to course correct. I don't know if you can. I don't know what events need to conspire in the cosmos for this to happen, but man, we need the AAA industry just to get totally kneecapped because they're just totally creatively bankrupt. Like the part of the other reason I shill for Clair Obscur so hard, like it is a new IP that was executed with a full throated heart behind it and a genuine attempt to make a a good video game and with a brand new IP, not piggybacking off of prior name recognition, which is just something the AAA is not going to do. The investors won't let them. So anything we can do to drum up support for that, even if Clair Obscur ain't anybody's particular cup of tea, I'm still going to try and shill it to them because I want everybody to buy that game to send as much of a signal to other potential double A's out there that yes, if you make it good enough, we'll buy your crap. It'll at least be new and novel, and some of us will appreciate that. A genuine effort made it a good video game that isn't just a release, a remake, or a sequel that continues to remove features or make Doom not Doom anymore. So, all right. Let's go ahead and wrap it then. Anything for us send us out?
Mm, looks like Yushin is HP scaling, but there are two compatible W engines. One is HP scaling and one is attack scaling. But the attack scaling one is for some reason regarded at this stage to be better than the HP scaling A rank alternative, which is bewildering to me.
Yeah,
But okay.
she's got. I heard she had some kind of wacky scaling going on with her Arc Ink stuff.
Yeah, it looks like she's got some kind of weird split scaling going on, but HP seems to outmass attack by a reasonable margin.
Yeah. So we will see. All right. We will let you know how the polls go and how ZZ 2.0 goes next week, plus whatever Fern has. Hopefully, he's found something while he's been off dealing with Cowboys, and we'll come with some more media to talk about. Maybe he'll be past the spoiler point in Clear Obscure, and we can finally we can see if he's got anything new to add about that, and we'll figure all that out when the next show rolls around. We'll see you next week, folks.